What is up, everyone? Welcome back to another Stay Hot live stream, but not just any Stay Hot live stream, the Stay Hot NFL Draft reaction live stream. We do this every year. This is our fourth consecutive year. I'm Blaiden Kirk, joined as always by my two favorite co-hosts of all time, Matthew Sponhour and Theo Ash. I'm in my living room. Theo and Matt are in their normal locations, but how are you guys doing today on NFL Draft Thursday?
Well, I
I'm
woke up.
fine.
I woke up sick this morning, so I don't know if that's a good or bad
man.
sign for the draft. So I was toughing it out all day, even though my tummy hurt, and now I'm feeling better. I got my LaCroix in hand. I'm just like my hero, Matthew Sponhour, and I'm ready to get this show on the road.
All right. Well, I'm going to have you two hold down the fort. I'm going to get a pizza out of the oven, and we'll get, like you said, Theo, the show on the road.
Let's do it. We should probably tweet out a link, as well.
We absolutely should.
Oh, awesome.
Just
Perfect.
Well, I'm just going to retweet that then, I think.
Retweet that shit, brother.
Get as many little Charmanders in here as possible.
Well, what do you want to do, Matt? $20 says Lad McConkey is not a first rounder tonight.
I don't think he's going to be a first rounder.
No, well,
That's like you. How about 100 Wingo doesn't go top 5?
Okay, but if he does go top 5, I get all the money in the world.
Okay.
No, it's still not worth taking. Caleb is hype. He strutted out there like yelling and pumping up the crowd.
Hold up. I actually have to put the draft. I mean, not to embarrass myself. I don't even have that dang thing on.
They drafted who? I mean, you could probably still be first to react to everything because I'm sure all the picks have been leaked on Twitter at this point.
Yeah.
Can we get
we say, guys in the comments, don't spoil it if you can help it. But I mean,
Yes, people in the comments. If someone is tipping the picks on Twitter, you don't need to do it too. You ain't Schefter. You're not getting paid. You ain't rap sheet over here. AJ Brown agrees to a new 3-year, $96 million contract extension.
yep, that's not surprising.
$32 million a year, dude. Ayuk is gone. It might be to the point where Ayuk's not even gone because like the wide receiver contracts are so big that like no one wants to pay him.
Do the Jaguars even have money like that? I guess that's the question, right?
They don't, which is why they will trade up for Malik Neighbors, just like my mock draft suggests.
Really? Is that what you had?
I have them trading up for Neighbors, yeah.
Interesting.
I have them trading up for Neighbors. I have the Bears getting Rome.
Yeah, I guess the receivers also probably can only go lower than we think.
I just don't know. I think... I mean, I think Marv is going to go number 4.
Yeah.
I mean, one could still go 5. I don't want to rule it out for the Chargers. I know all the smoke today has been Alt or especially J.C. Latham or a trade back, but it's not.
Or they're going to trade Justin Herbert and take.
What is Bucky Brooks talking about? Brian Thomas Jr. is listed as a hybrid wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. What does those words mean? He's a hybrid wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. He's a mix.
What was
He's
that about
a
pineapple high noon, Matt?
They're good.
They are good.
We were talking about this before the draft starts here and until Theo gets back. We were talking about this. I was saying that pineapple high noon is up there with like great sipping alcohol. And Blaiden was like, yeah, dude, I agree. But I don't think Blaiden, who's a non-beer drinker, can really have a take on this.
I will literally grab a beer from my fridge.
Is it like a summer shanty?
No, I have 2 Mick Ultras and a
I don't care. You're lying.
I can't see the other one, but I know I have 2 Mick Ultras in there.
No Theo.
Yeah,
he
I
just
don't know where
texted.
you
He
went.
said, I don't know.
So I made 2 pizzas. One, just a regular cheese pizza. Burnt it a little bit. That's okay.
I make 2 pizzas for it, dude.
And then the other one, made a pan pizza with bacon on it.
You know what? Someone said Theo just got Thanos snapped. I feel like I would be gotten if Thanos did snap. And like the 50-50 coin toss, I don't think I'd win it.
I just wanted to be in the middle really badly. So switch our position.
I thought you were in the middle before, weren't you?
That's also what I thought.
I don't remember. Bucky Brooks is top 5 tackles. Joe Alt, polished technician. I guess I agree with that. Yeah. It's really not what's cool about Alt, though. I would say, like, if I had to describe him, like 6'9", but still low to the ground. I guess that's not quite very descriptive, is it?
No. I mean, I feel you. Going to the draft is also not that great, I don't think. We've been in that area before, and it's not for us.
Yeah, I don't have too much desire to actually go and see it. But I guess, like, I get Super Bowl credentials and, like, am somewhat connected to football. So there's, like, other opportunities to see these kinds of things. And if you were just, like, a normal fan, it could be cool to check out. I do want to go to the one in Green Bay. We should all make the trip up because then.
When is the draft in Green Bay? Next
year.
We'll go.
I have a vision, and the vision is we go to Wisconsin. Our home base is my cabin in Wapaka, and then we make the trek up to the draft, and we just chill.
That'd be cool.
Are you saying like walk?
No. We would drive, but Wapaka is.
Come on, bro. There's no.
We're about to get a disaster class of analysis.
You said make the trek, not my fault.
Wapaka to Green Bay. What do you?
You can't context clues that a little bit, man.
You know what? Sounds fun. I'm in. Yeah, everybody. All 400 of our darling.
I'm pretty sure like your phone number and your address and all that is already on the internet somewhere.
I did leak my phone number at one point, and my phone blew the fuck up. I accidentally. We were doing a March Madness stream, not this year, but last year, and we did just the logos, and then I like clicked share our results at the end, and like the share tab came up, and one of the share options was to like text it to myself, like from my computer to my phone. So it was like share with 507 blank 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 blank, and I was like, and like immediately
you might as well just say it, Theo. Everyone already knows it.
Just someone in the comments probably still has it. Don't call me though. If you have it, you can text me. Just don't leak it in the chat. How about that? The Packers taking another mid-edge rusher confirmed. Lay it on me. Darius Robinson. See what happens, man. I don't even fucking care anymore.
The Packers are taking Braden Fisk, I fear.
Braden Fisk. I don't think so. I don't think we'll hear Braden Fisk's name called tonight.
No, I would assume not.
No one thought they would have heard Cole Strange's name.
I think it's interesting that very few dudes go for sort of the timeless look at the draft. You know?
What is the timeless look?
I don't know. Like a more classic suit and tie. I feel like nobody ever goes for that.
Like just a plain black one.
Maybe I'm biased because now I only remember the like more interesting ones, and that's probably why they do it. So that's just a stupid thing to say, really.
Yeah. Get these awful, horrific takes out of the way early.
Not that I mind it. I mean, LeBron's all white is like very much not timeless, but that's why it's so classic.
What about the Fortnite jacket?
The Fortnite jacket? That would be awesome. That one aged really badly. I mean, it's awesome that somebody wore that, but like I certainly would not have wanted to be the guy who wore the Fortnite jacket.
LeBron playing tonight. They should split screen it, like LeBron cam at the right-hand side and then the draft on the left.
Not even like the Lakers game. Not even like the Lakers
Yeah,
game.
like the
just
Phantom
LeBron.
can on LeBron.
Just
Yeah.
LeBron. Like he has a GoPro on.
Dude, Anthony Edwards gets like the LeBron "You Are My Sunshine" treatment, but without like people joking about it. I feel like I think it's so funny that he had like a pretty mediocre to bad game in Game 2 against Phoenix, and then everyone after it was just like hype because he was like, Jayden McDaniels is dope, and he had a quote of him saying that, and they're like, how did he do it? How did he know?
People love Ant-Man. He really does kind of. He does not get criticized, really. But
because of his aura.
Who has the most aura of the NFL Network announcers right now? We got Joel Klatt, we got Daniel Jeremiah, we got zoom out so I can see. I think we got Kurt Warner. I remember seeing. We got Rich Eisen, and we got Charles Davis, Joel Klatt, Daniel Jeremiah, and Rich Eisen, and I think Kurt Warner is around here somewhere.
Look, Klatt definitely made me angry when he was like really hyping up the playoff expansion stuff, but it's probably him. If not, maybe Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, I definitely say it's got to be one of those two guys.
No love for Run Rich Run.
I do not. No. He has like his aura would be crazy if I was like a 55-year-old man. I think that I would really, really rock with seeing a guy like Rich Eisen on TV if I was a Gen Xer, but I'm not. So I don't really watch much Rich Eisen. 100th percentile aura? I don't agree.
Matt, does Drake Maye being a Cam fan make him prospect one in your eyes? Makes him close.
Tim or Lad? I don't hate Rich Eisen. I just don't think that he has Klatt's aura.
You get a Klatt and Wisconsin call. It's about as good as you can do.
What jersey? Well, I had to rep the Patriots tonight because I need them to take Drake Maye instead of Minnesota. So I'm supporting my boys out on the East Coast in Foxborough. First of all, the name on the jersey doesn't matter, but the name on the back of the jersey is Jones. It's not Mac Jones. It's Jack Jones. My boy.
ASU legend.
Jack Jones. There's a couple of Jack Jones corners I got in this class that I love. I love Max Melton and I love Kamari Lassiter. I think those two are just complete ballers that you could get on day 2.
There's a lot of Jones in the league.
There's a lot of Jones in the world.
Like,
could it be the most common last name?
There's a lot of Smiths too.
They asked, Maye is such a Carolina fan, honestly. I know you've got to be sick. They asked him who his first jersey was, and he said Steve Smith.
Dude, he might be just like me.
He's close.
You might have to get a Drake Maye jersey, Matt.
That's tough.
Where do you have Sanat and BB going? I mean, I don't know where they'll go. I think Sanat will go sometime on day 2. Here's the thing about Sanat. I think that he's a good fullback prospect more than he's a great tight end prospect. That's my take on it. I watch him block in line, and it's like he's a little small. His arms are short. The angles he takes aren't great. He gets a bit hung up on contact when he's running routes. But there's some tenacity to him. He catches the ball, and you're waiting for like the stout white guy hurdle or something like that. Like he's kind of got a tenacity to him in all aspects. Like
this is giving Braden Fisk vibes right now.
It is a little bit, but I think that he would be better Like, just send him at a certain angle, downhill. Like, let him build up some speed and just crack somebody from the fullback position, or let him leak out and catch it and run. Like, I think that fits his skill set a lot better than like, oh, he's going to be your tight end lined up next to the tackle and starting for you and being positive every snap of the game. Like, I think he has a better chance to be positive every snap of the game at fullback. I'm big position change pilled this year. I think like everybody, I'm like, they should be this, they should be that.
But when I say Fisk should be an edge,
well, yeah,
I get shot in the face.
Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, I'm not saying that Caleb should be a safety. I'm not saying that.
No, brother. Maybe
Adrian
he should.
Cooper should be a corner. Does Roger Goodell have aura? Yes.
He kind of does.
He kind of does.
He kind of does has a little bit of aura.
In the COVID draft, you can't tell me a commissioner has ever had more aura than him in that moment, especially at the draft. Everybody hugs him.
Well, he might not get the hug today.
I don't know.
Quick Zach Frazier.
He's got a little bit of aura. He does.
I think so.
He does. And the thing is that a lot of people are going to be mad at that. I don't know. Maybe nobody cares anymore. I feel like hating Goodell, that's like kind of like 5 years ago. Now it's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, it's like Spygate thing. Now he's kind of like...
He just sort of whatever. That would be such a sick... And it's like the booing thing. It's like, it's just not that serious anymore. It's just like the thing to do now. He really kind of did win that.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't really hate Goodell. I mean, he's a big time capitalist, and he puts on all the, the penalty flags for dragging people down, the hip drop tackle. And sometimes I'm like, I don't think that I would like to hang out with him. But I mean, as far as commissioner of pro football, he's a pretty good figure, right?
Like, you're going to be the commissioner of the NFL without slightly evil aura.
Exactly. Like, you're not going to be like, you're going to be like a little slimy. Like, you're the president of the NFL. Like, you're in charge of the NFL. Like, I want you to be like slightly slimy. I think he keeps it to a minimum though.
He's going no tie with the unbuttoned. I think that's leaning a little bit too much into it, Goodell, but
I don't know. I think I rock with the fit. I think I own that exact same suit, and that's what I do. I don't put on a tie. I just show up in my navy blue.
Ashes out here. Are you talking about Aiden? Is that Aiden Hutchinson out there?
That's Eminem.
There's other dudes walking on the stage. Come on, man.
Oh, well. Not that I see.
I'm watching on ESPN for the record. There comes Barry.
Jared.
How old is Barry Sanders?
Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown, the new $30 million man, coming on out. And Aiden Hutchinson and
going second.
Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
Good for the Lions, man. They can actually bring out good players for once at the time that they got their draft.
Yeah, and they just paid all these dudes. Or they paid Amon-Ra, yeah. Theo, are you tapping your...
Oh, my God. I got to take a Xanax or something, so I stop.
I've thought about getting a standing mic for this very reason. I hate that, like, my desk is like a different mic stand that I can't touch my desk.
I don't have the volume on because I don't want it to pick up on our mic here. Can someone in the comments, like, translate everything Amon-Ra is saying right now? Like, can I get a full transcription really quick?
I'm going to put on closed caption. I forgot I could do that.
I put on closed captioning, and it on NFL Plus it takes up like half the damn screen. I'm just not gonna.
What kills me about the draft is it's like this big watch along event, and the start time, like they should really of other sport. It's like, okay, you sit down to watch a game. It's 20 minutes late, whatever. You sit down and watch the draft, and it's like 20 minutes late, and then it gets into it, and then it's like, and the first overall pick. And nobody in the history of the draft has ever not waited at least 7 minutes for absolutely no reason. The Bears are going to be sitting there, what if we get a trade offer we just can't say no to? You won't. It's not going to happen. So then it's like, okay, the draft doesn't really start for another 15 minutes at least, if not longer, until the second overall pick. And some years it's like we know the first 3 picks, and then you basically don't need to tune in until like 9 o'clock, which is starting to get a little bit too late. I'm starting to get a little bit too sleepy. So
I get it. But what would you trade Caleb for? What would you trade the number 1 overall pick for?
Probably not very much, man. I mean, it feels like your path to winning a Super Bowl is like Caleb being really good and on a cheap contract. Like that feels like how you're going to get it done. So what exactly would I have to trade for where I feel like the path is clear? Like I guess one of the super established guys, but then I've got to then you got to pay him. And it just feels like, you need to be the top team out of 32. You got to swing for the fences on Caleb.
Yeah, I could see if the Vikings got to 3 and then traded me number 3 and Justin Jefferson and Drake Maye was there.
And you felt like Daniels was going to go
too. Like that I think I would maybe do like Maye and Jefferson, but there's no way you could actually promise that. Outside of that, I wouldn't trade him. I'd trade obviously the first overall pick for Mahomes and Allen. That's about it.
Yeah.
Polls, he wants to draft. Jayden Daniels so bad.
Okay. We're getting into it then. That's not even 15 minutes. All right. That's not so bad.
Creative, twitchy home run hitter Caleb Williams. I agree.
See, but they should give the first overall pick 2 minutes. You've had plenty of time.
You've been on the clock for 8 years.
God, this sucks that they got him.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is completely awful.
They could just stood at number 1 and taken Jalen Carter. Oh well.
I mean, this is going to be the Panthers thing for the next 25 years or whatever. It's going to suck.
They could still trade up.
Yeah,
the Panthers trade up to number 1 right now.
He does have that pink phone case. I thought maybe he switched it to the lighter purple like me, but no, it's still pink. I'm
real shit
to talk about.
Bro got the same phone.
What do you guys think they're gonna do at number 9 while we're waiting for them to pick Caleb?
I kind of think they maybe wouldn't go receiver. I don't know.
I think if Rome or Neighbors is there, they will. I don't think they'll take Worthy or Brian Thomas Jr. But
yeah.
I mean, I was looking at their roster today, and I was looking at their offense versus their defense, and I think their offense still has more holes. Keenan Allen is a great pickup, I think, but he's still 32, right? And
I guess I've always thought of the Allen thing as more insurance rather than the long-term receiver solution. I could just put this in. Latu, yeah, I could see that. That's what I think. Yeah. Maybe they're really high on Latu.
If Rome isn't there, I would go Latu. I don't. If Rome and Neighbors aren't there, that's where I would go.
Yeah. I could also really easily see a trade back for them, really easily. After what happened last year, I could totally see them being trading back rocks.
Trading back is maybe the best strategy in the world. I don't know
every analytics person agrees, so maybe they are just it's the best strategy every year. Nothing's changed. So I that's kind of what I mocked them Odunze, but if he's not there, I think they'll trade back.
Matt be Panthers shouldn't just wait till next year for a quarterback because it's not guaranteed. Well, the thing about the Panthers like trading up and then having the first overall pick the next year is that they had the first overall pick the next year because they traded up. And they for sure would not have been the worst team in the NFL if they hadn't done that.
You think so?
I'm very confident.
Okay.
Yeah, this Instagram comment always gets me. So the Heisman winner isn't a top 10 prospect? That's just absurd. Like, what are we talking about?
He ain't. I'm afraid he ain't.
What's the track record of Heisman winners in the NFL?
It's fine.
No, I feel very confident the Panthers would not have had the first overall pick.
But, like, who would their quarterback have been? And their running back would have still been ass. Their line would have still been ass. Their corners would have still been
Probably
ass.
would have been Dalton.
I mean, I think they'd still be extremely ass with Dalton.
Yeah, they'd probably be like 4 or 5 games ass.
Maybe, but I'm not confident that that's true. I'm up all time. Theo's bets specifically suck. I don't tell you to bet on my mocks, man. my mock draft is not gambling advice. that's
Dalton
all you.
with DJ Moore would have won at least 1 or 2 more games. Yeah. There's not a doubt about
Losing
that.
DJ Moore is the thing that really hurt you, I feel like.
Maybe Chicago still would have been number 1 on the clock if they didn't make that trade.
That
Probably
is
not.
entirely possible.
I don't think so.
New England then, or I guess just Washington.
How many games did Washington win? Like 3, 4?
Yap. The pick is in. It's Justin Fields. Oh my God.
That damn pink phone.
Wait, does it say the pick is in on your screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it just switched.
Are you watching on NFL Network or are you watching on Stream East?
No, I'm on NFL Plus, but it's not NFL Network. It's like the Draft Center.
I'm also on NFL Plus, so if you're behind me, just get good.
They could have at least gotten Field or Maye. They could have at least gotten Stroud. And Nico Collins and Tank Dell. That could be them. They spent all the same assets. They just fucking suck. So,
Pranav from Twitter. With the number 1 overall pick, the Chicago Bears select J.T. O'Sullivan, quarterback.
I just checked my phone and Twitter let me know what it is.
What?
It's crazy, man. Who would have thought?
I mean, this has been known so long, I don't know if I'm actually supposed to have a reaction. Right?
That's the thing.
We've talked about this too.
this-
We talked about this to death in March.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams.
I think he's going to be really good.
Unsurprising.
I have to agree. I think that he's completely special. I think when you're Caleb Williams, you see the game at a snail's pace, really. Like, everything is just moving in super slow motion for him.
But that's because he's so fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, he sees the game, and he's fast, but, like, he's just seeing everything. I just feel like he's such a maestro. I think that he, at the very least, could come in and maybe not at the very least, I should say. At the very least, he tears his Achilles and twice in 2 years, and it's all over. But I mean, I expect Russell Wilson type production out of structure.
No, he should
with the deep
I
ball.
actually think a completely reasonable take that kind of got shot down in the sort of Justin Fields wars is that Caleb Williams should actually be really good pretty quickly. And I think the answer is yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Like if he came out and he was not good in his first by game 8, I would honestly be surprised and I would not be feeling good. Unless they really screw up, especially if they get another receiver, then it's yeah, you should instantly be amazing.
Yeah, and I think he will be. I really do. I think, from the moment that he stepped on the field at Oklahoma in relief of Spencer Rattler, he was clearly special. Like, he hit insane throw after insane throw in that Texas game. He brought them all the way back. They won the game. It's one of the best comebacks in franchise history. And then he continued to get better and better from there. It's like, dude, we talk about breakout age and how much it matters for guys. It's like Caleb broke out immediately. Like, it was just immediately apparent that this guy was a extremely special quarterback.
18 years old.
He does the Mahomes stuff better than Mahomes did coming out of Texas Tech.
Yeah.
If he continues to get better, I don't know what we're looking at here. So to me, he's the best prospect that I've seen at the quarterback position, or maybe even any other position, to be completely honest with you. I think that he's gonna be quite good, and I hope Eberflus sucks. I hope Eberflus is a fraud and they just never get a team around him quite, but I don't know if that is happening.
When Caleb Williams has more Super Bowl wins than Aaron Rodgers.
I'm really not a huge fan of his suit, though.
It's not for you, man. It's for him.
Fair enough. That's true.
Do you hold to your team shouldn't take the best player available take because they don't actually know who's the best player available? No. I think, I don't know. You take a guy that feels like he belongs in your building. I think if no matter what position it is fine. I think when you look at a NFL roster, it's very rare that you go through offensive line and say it's great, and defensive backs, they're all great, and front seven, they're all great, and receivers, it's all great. You could always add a bit more competition to any room unless you're really stacked. Sometimes it's more obvious and some more glaring than others, but I think that whoever you do all the work of scouting, just take the top guy on your board, or at least. And I think a lot of the times, when you look at your team needs and then you do the scouting process, so the top people on your boards are probably at positions you do need, because that's probably what you're focused in on. I doubt that the Bills did much work on the quarterbacks this year, I doubt that.
Right.
I doubt that the Lions did much work on the running backs early in the class.
I'm very BPA pilled, and if you can't tell who the best players are, give it up, man.
Yeah,
it's over.
Here's what I'm wondering though: the Bears war room is super stoked. They're high-fiving, shaking hands, patting each other on the back. Brother, you've known, I guess it's good to have the ink to the paper, but
it's a big moment for the
franchise. It's a huge moment for the franchise.
I don't know. I just feel like I would have been excited a long time ago.
You wouldn't dap anybody up after the pick. You'd keep a straight face. No. I know you, Blaiden, and I know that you.
I'm stone cold. I'd be stone cold, brother.
All right. Taking Daniels, it down to the wire.
Not on the phone.
Oh, did
he see the pick, though? He's grinning. I don't think he'd be grinning if... I don't really know.
Jayden Daniels. ASU legend. I did not expect him to...
I like his suit a lot. See, now they're all shaking hands. Okay, at what pick do you stop shaking hands? I feel like at pick 24, you still getting up and...
I think you shake hands after your first draft selection, no matter what team you are, but then you don't do it.
Really?
Yeah, if you're the Packers and you're at 25 and you get the guy you want, there's going to be just as much relief as there is with the Bears at number 1.
I'm saying is if
I think that's more of an honest celebration. The shaking hands is more a monumental moment. It's more like that type of thing.
I just feel like it means more when it's later in the draft because then it's like my guy fell to me. The guy that I wanted was here.
Right.
Yeah, but then they're like jumping up and down. They're getting hype. The Bears weren't really getting hype. Like they're like, this is a big moment for our franchise. Let's go. But like they know.
Okay. Yeah.
They're probably getting hype when they had the number 1 pick locked up.
Jayden Daniels, built like me.
Skinny Justin Fields, man.
I'm sorry. I'm starting to get higher and higher on Goodell's aura.
There we go.
Is the pick official?
Oh. I don't know. It looks like they're about to walk on stage and announce it. So
I just
it's
checked
Daniels.
Twitter.
Daniels.
It is.
Oh, I didn't realize I was ahead of y'all. That's on me.
Oh, well, if you aren't tipping it from Twitter and you actually see the pick, I think.
No, I'm actually seeing it. Well, I'm not going to do that for
I'm not tipping it from Twitter.
Every pick.
I'm just saying I saw it.
It'll be really interesting to see what happens. I think, man, you get him behind that offensive line. And in Cliff Kingsbury's scheme, I think he's going to hold the ball a really long time. And I just don't know if the playmaking is going to translate. I really, really don't. I think that he wants to stretch. I guess the argument for him is that all the rushing completely translates. And he really is that good of a runner. And he's just the best in the league. And it really looks like Fields at the end of the 2022 season when he was like ripping off 70-yarders every game. And like, he got an MVP vote because of that. Like that's how much pressure it put on defenses for a short amount of time. And if all the rushing stuff translates, his weaknesses are going to be hidden because you're not really going to be able to exploit them. Like if he's such a great rushing threat at the NFL level, no one's going to blitz him. Like people are going to be containing him. So he's not going to face like that crazy amount of pressure, I think. So that's the thing I guess you'd be banking on is like, he's just going to be the most explosive threat in the league on the ground, which I can maybe buy. I mean, I really do like rushing quarterbacks. I really do think they are an instant boon for your offense. But man, like every time he threw over the middle, I thought he missed a good amount. And when he did do it, it was like wide open. Like the line's pass protection was great. But again, maybe that's because he's such a rushing threat. So I'll hear him out, but like he doesn't have a cannon arm. He's real skinny.
He has a good arm. I don't want to discount the arm.
It's bad. I mean, it's below average for the NFL, I would say. He's not above average in terms of that part. Maybe it's not bad. Maybe it's not like a lollipop, but he has small arm.
My big thing is like a lot of the criticisms that I noticed that a lot of the criticisms that I was having of Daniels are very similar to the ones that I had for Mac Jones coming out. And that scared me a little bit. But he does have way more athleticism.
I thought it was kind of Fieldsy is what I was maybe worried about with Daniels.
Yeah.
But I don't even know. I don't even know if they're that close. I just worry that the pressure to sack rate not being great and then the running style that's very contact oriented, but he's really not that big of a guy. Both of those things really.
I mean, he's just not Lamar Jackson. And if you're taking him at number 2, I think that's what you're expecting, right? Yes. Like it's going to go Caleb and then Jayden. I just think people think they're getting Lamar Jackson. He's just not that elusive of a runner. Like Jayden,
like
I never see
the Bears are expecting to get Mahomes out of that pick.
Mm-hmm.
You're expecting to get Lamar, and I don't. It's not even the elusiveness to me. It's just like Lamar is one of the best pocket managers in the league.
That too. I mean, it's everything. I think Lamar does everything better. I think that he came from a more pro style offense coming out of LSU. I think that he wasn't as accurate, but it's the same thing with Maye. Like he's not as accurate. Like there's more bad misses on Maye's film, but the high end throws are so good that you can tell that he's
Right.
a better passer. Like
the high end throws are stuff like ridiculous stuff over the middle and hole shots, not like go balls.
Yeah, like I always say, like go ball is the most overrated throw that you can do. You give a little kid Madden football and he's dialing up 4 verts and he's throwing the go ball over and over again because it's easy. It's single high, like it's going to be open, especially when you have Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr., right? And I feel like those throws are like, first of all, Maye throws a beautiful go ball. And I just think those throws are so explosive in that offense, but they don't necessarily signal that he's an elite pocket manager or an elite really just thrower of the football at all. Because I don't think his arm is crazy. I don't think he really layers many passes or targets the middle or manages the pocket and then throws. It's like if things get hard, he's going to run. So
yeah.
I think Maye, even though he has more bad misses, and the Patriots are about to take him right here.
Yeah, I would hope. And the crazy thing is, if you are taking Daniels because of the running upside, he's not that much better of a runner than Maye is.
You know, I on the stat sheet that's not true. And
on the stat sheet, that's not
Jayden
true.
is way faster than Maye, but Maye is a good runner too. I mean, when you
Maye's
watch him
really
play,
runner.
I think his vision, like he legitimately like kind of work off blockers and like he'll set people up behind the line of scrimmage and open up a throwing lane for himself like a running back. Like they'll press one gap, people will move over, and then they'll slide into the other thing.
One of my
like,
favorite things that Maye does, man.
I think Maye does that, and like he's big, he breaks tackles, he's pretty fast. Like he's a big, powerful runner and can probably absorb more contact and run through arm tackles. I think Maye's the whole package outside of like he's got to work on the lower body, he's got to work on the footwork, but I think like he's only 21 and he's not coming from like some blue blood school where everything should be perfect right away.
That's the other thing. Jayden Daniels is old.
Yeah.
What's it, year 5? And he got to play behind the best offensive line in college football, throwing to the best wide receiver duo in college football. I don't know. It's concerning, but Patriots are here.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I mean, maybe he's Sam Darnold and he sucks. Like, I don't know. I don't think that he will be.
He's Trubisky.
He ain't. I don't think he is. I don't think that he is. The only quarterback prospect that I've ever been like crazy high on and it been a bad miss is Lance. And that was really, really early in my career.
And I don't even think that was all your fault. That wasn't all your because he got hurt and
if Maye is bad and Daniels is good, it would definitely be an unprecedented miss by me. I'll say that. Yeah, right. Oh, and I am wearing the Patriots jersey. Thank you. He's not a Viking. He's not a Viking. Let's all appreciate that for a moment.
Drake Maye. Good pick.
Wow, that was
the right decision.
They gave him a Jordan Love comp. I don't disagree with that. I think that he can come in year 1 and give you what Jordan Love gave you, though. But I do think that he's got some Jordan Love in him.
Theo was just a baby. It doesn't count. I have to agree.
My betting history can attest it's not an unprecedented miss. What? You had the Giants getting him? Man, what are they going to do now? I really don't think we're about to see a trade up for JJ. I'm not feeling the vibes.
No.
I think we'll see a trade up maybe in the next 5 picks, but I don't know if it'll be for JJ.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the tackle hype has gotten really, really high.
So is the weapons hype.
Yeah. I think the top end of this draft, like the best, I don't know, 20, 23 guys, and probably even more so on like the best like 8 or 9, it's like really, really good. I think it's really good. And then I think it kind of falls off after that a decent amount back to normal, even maybe a little bit subnormal levels.
Yeah. I guess I can't like comprehend yet what is normal for the back half of the first round. I was going through the Cleveland Farrell draft, the 2019 draft that had Kyler and Bosa and guys like that. And by the end, it was like N'Keal Harry and like Titus Howard and like a couple other. It wasn't very good in the back half of it. And I was thinking, well, the back half of this draft is better than that, I think. I hope. But again, it's like it's kind of tough to know. I feel like I just haven't watched enough classes yet to know this, but where do you think it falls off, Matt? Like, is there a prospect that, like, you say, oh, it goes from
I didn't put together like an exact
Bowers
list,
to Mims
but
or something? Just
you get to like that 24 range, and you're past a lot of the offensive linemen who are first round, and you get past like the corners who I mostly like. Although, granted, now the ones that I like are all supposed to go later.
mm-hmm.
You get past like the top like 3 or 4 receivers, and it starts to get like the quarterbacks and the Byron and Newton and all those guys.
Yeah, I think I gave 22 first round grades. I think was it 22?
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I gave 23, all the ones you had in Lad, but
I gave you your opinion.
My
I got
first round grade opinion has arrived. Plus Lad.
I got Caleb, Maye, Harrison, Alt, Odunze, Latu, Neighbors, Fashanu, Bowers, Newton, Barton, Wiggins, Latham, Powers, Johnson, Thomas Jr., Murphy II, Mitchell, kind of, Fashanu, Lassiter, Arnold, McKinstry, and then you could convince me on Turner, Fuaga, and Suamataia. Kingsley Suamataia was my.
I think I only had 19 first round like grades.
Neighbors is mewing. I would too if I was at the draft.
I don't know.
You'd be mewing if you were at the draft.
If I was a prospect, I'd be standing up next to all the other prospects, be clenching my jaw as hard as I possibly could.
All right, so the Cardinals pick us in. Are we assuming this is Marvin?
Maserati Marv. Take it away, Matt. Ohio State.
He still went too low.
Correct.
He should have been the 3rd overall pick. I mean, pretty much a complete prospect in every sense of the word. He didn't put up the greatest stats, I guess, this year in terms of like the amount of hype he was getting. He didn't have 1,800 yards. He had like 1,200 yards. But people complaining about that, I honestly think didn't watch much. Not to be that guy saying that. And I think they don't understand how bad McCord was, to be real with you. Marv is one of the most polished route runners in the class. He's got a ridiculous frame that you can throw to. He's got fantastic hands. He does sometimes suffer from concentration drops, but the high end of the catches that he makes are super high, and the concentration drops.
It's not a problem. It was like the Purdue game, right? That was he had like a couple versus Purdue I saw, but then like outside of that game, I don't know if I would like. Oh, he has a drop problem. Like that's apparent. Like maybe he's not like a Dunze or one of these prospects whose drop rate is 0.0%, but he's being compared to his own lofty standards in that way, where it's like, if you could say anything, like you didn't catch every ball that ever came his way, it's like, I don't even think you can even, like, I don't know what you'd put as a weakness, to be completely honest with you.
I don't think he actually has like the craziest long speed.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's very good, but it's not like insane. But again, yeah, it's just
Again, is it a weakness or is it like a normal amount for a wide receiver though? Is the thing again? It's like there are things that he's not as good at, maybe at neighbors with like the explosiveness, certainly after the catch, certainly. But are they bad for a wide receiver? No, like he's just. And look at how tall he is, man. He's just gigantic moving like he
and
is.
of course, the Hall of Fame dad, and he went to Ohio State.
Yeah.
His weaknesses are things that are not, the best in the class. And thinking about him like that has made people move him down their board, or I like neighbors betting, all that crap. No, he's the best receiver in this class.
I always found it funny when people were criticizing him for not doing anything at the pro day. Even
and yet
though,
here he is, number 4 overall.
I mean, here he is, number 4 overall. But like, I always think like the whole point of going to skipping the combine and doing the pro day is so that you can, be in an environment that's comfortable. You can, if you're going to do these passing drills, these receiving drills, you're doing it with a guy that you're familiar with. Who would Marvin have done it with? McCord was gone. He was in Syracuse.
I'm sure he could have found someone to work out with. He's Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, but not someone who he's been. But like, it's not like Michael Penix had been throwing to Rome Odunze for 2 years. Jayden Daniels had been throwing to Malik Neighbors for over a year.
Didn't he do it with C.J. Stroud?
He hasn't played with C.J. Stroud for.
I mean, I'm sure the other Ohio State wide receivers worked out with somebody.
Oh, I'm sure they did, but it's the point is like Marvin doesn't have anything to prove. The only thing he could possibly do is hurt his stock by going out and working out with someone who he either hasn't ever worked out with or has not worked out with for a long time. Anything that goes wrong, they're like, "Oh, is he actually?"
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, finding someone to do it and getting in a rhythm with them and practicing and just to not move your stock 1 inch just sounds like a lot of work to me. And honestly, that's all it is. Like, I'd rather spend my time doing something else if I put it all on the field and I know I'm going to be the first non-quarterback off the board. And it's like, why even do any of this shit, man? Like, maybe that's just the Gen Z in me, but I think it makes sense. Like, he doesn't need to do it, so he didn't do it. It was optional. So
I think he's Devontae Smith if Devontae Smith was 6'4", 200 pounds.
Pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. I don't know who my comp for him would be. Someone awesome. Like, yeah, Devontae Smith before. if he was sick, Julio, or if he was even more sick. I have no idea.
Well, it's just Devontae Smith if he was like bigger. If he was 3 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier. I
don't hate that comp. It is like that. It is like that.
Chargers taking their sweet time. Yeah, I'd like to see them not go receiver. I really want to see them go alt at 5 straight up.
I want to see him do Latham so I can get as many.
Did you guys see
lights.
the Latham mock?
It's been multiple. It's not just the one. They've been connected to Latham. If they take Latham, not his fault is going triple platinum. So that's what I'm hoping for.
But here's the thing. I want to see the beautiful double reaction of like, Jim Harbaugh building out the offensive line is the wisest decision that any coach has ever made. And they'll post him being like, honestly, I think the offensive line is the best. And they'll be like, how does he do it? How does he know? And then on the other side, it'll be like, Herbert.
My gut feeling right now,
your team is so fucking horrible.
That we're here at 5. I think Odunze could be a sneaky pick right here. But
I don't think Odunze is that sneaky.
I guess he's not, but I haven't seen any Odunze to the Chargers mocks. I mean, it's not that sneaky because he's mocked in the top 10 somewhere, but to the Chargers specifically, I haven't seen much of it. But yet, because I'm thinking about taking a tackle, right? And Harbaugh loves offensive tackle. He loves offensive tackles. He wants to establish the run so bad, but he needs to throw the ball at some point. Like he doesn't not understand the value of throwing, and if they're going to be running all the time, like they're probably going to do like play action off of it. And there's probably going to be like big deep shots down the field, and who's going to track those down and catch them? No, they got nobody right now. So if they don't take a wide receiver here, their offense is destined to sputter immensely because they're not going to have a good running game regardless, probably. Like it's probably not going to be at the peak of its powers that it will be under under Harbaugh. But I don't know. I think you're off. Like, I just think that the idea of like Harbaugh likes to run the ball. He will take an offensive tackle, and I've been part of it too because they do like Alt is such a special prospect. Like it is possible, but now that I'm sitting here and the pick is in,
now that more people are saying they might go offensive line.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Yeah, basically, I'm sick in the head, man. I can't help myself.
That's gonna double back to being offensive line, I bet.
Who knows? Who knows? I low-key do not think the Latham hype will be accurate here. I'll say that.
I would tend to agree. But I have no idea. This is the thing. I just think the draft is so unpredictable, dude. I don't even want to try, you know? I guess if I had like insider information, like seriously, I guess I would try to get some takes off, but I don't. I could just like sort of try to read the tea leaves, but nobody ever does any good at it.
Adam Schefter tweet, in recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading QB Justin Herbert. The answer was very quickly a flat no.
Yeah, that was the dumbest shit all draft cycle. And I think some people fought that battle a lot harder than I did. I barely saw any of it, but sometimes I'd see someone complaining about it. Like, people really think Herbert is going to get traded. Like, I would see that. I never actually saw anybody seriously consider that.
I just
don't know.
It too, Matt.
They picked you. All right. Well,
that is certainly the pick.
That is certainly the pick.
You might need to
speed up. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. I'm seeing that it's alt.
Oh, it's not. Comments. It's not. My TV is behind both of yours. I just keep checking Twitter.
Oh,
Joe Alt. I mean, I marked that, so we're back. Even though I had a last second change of heart. I mean, he's a special prospect. He was my number 4 overall. He was one ahead of Odunze. He was one ahead of. He was a couple ahead of Neighbors. So I get it from best player available standpoint. Yeah, their receiving core is quite poor right now. But I guess we'll see. Maybe they can nab someone in the second round. But I don't know how good their passing offense is going to be without Odunze or Neighbors. I will say, though, Matt, you asked if you had insider information. I heard that earlier in April, they were leaning alt. That was the inside information that I had. And so I figured they wouldn't have switched it from alt to Latham. That's all I knew. It could have been a wide receiver or alt, but I was not on Latham. I had a little bit.
Fair enough. Yeah, dude. So the balance of feeling bad for Herbert and praising Harbaugh will be it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. I think Alt will be a great player, though.
I think he will too. I think this is funny. Like with the Bengals, they took Jamar Chase and they went to a Super Bowl. And
yeah, they really did the Penei Sewell version of that meme where Herbert's protected and throwing to no one versus throwing to Neighbors and getting killed. It's a full reverse, and I think it's so interesting that they did the exact opposite of what the Bengals did for Burrow. It just you either root for one or the other. They really do kind of seem like.
I think both a receiver and alt would have been good. So I think you'll look back and be like, whatever.
It could be. I mean, I really think that Alt could be a Hall of Famer. So, like, I can't get too mad at it. I just worry about
Welcome
Herbert's
back,
passing
Joe
offense
Thomas.
this year. But
No.
hey,
I mean, no. Harbaugh is the genius team builder, and if Herbert still struggles, I mean, there's only so many conclusions we can come to. Is where I've landed.
I guess who was Lamar's wide receivers when they were winning?
Yeah,
MVPs.
Hollywood
I guess
Brown.
it's just not the way they roll. It's not the
But
way
at
they
least
roll.
he had Mark Andrews.
He did have, yeah, you're right about that. And their wide receivers were markedly better probably than the Chargers.
He had Mark
even are
Andrews,
right now.
and he had a much better defense.
The pick is in.
but I think overall the Chargers are going to look back and be like, yeah, Alt's a great player, and we're not going to be mad at it.
Yeah,
That's the funny thing about the Chase Sewell thing. Like, roles reversed, I really don't think the Bengals would ever have been that mad about. Like, the irony is that, like, the Bengals have needed a tackle this whole time. And if they had taken Sewell, they would have needed a receiver this whole time, probably. So,
the pick is in for the Giants. I heard the rumblings that this might be a Odunze if the top 5 played out like this. So I guess that's my pick. I had them trading up and getting it done for Maye because I thought that they would be desperate. But clearly the Patriots are more desperate, which makes sense. But
Neighbors or Rome here would be great.
it's got to be. I mean, it's one of those two. Blaiden, will we be vindicated in the Rome wide receiver 2?
We might. I love Rome. If they take, I would be very excited for that. And I think that probably makes more sense based on the guys that they have, because they took who did they take last year from Tennessee? Jalen Hyatt. I think I would rather have Rome.
I don't think Jalen Hyatt is impacting who they take here very much.
Maybe
to be
not.
Completely honest
Maybe
with you.
not. I also just
pure
prefer
deep threat,
Rome.
which
I just
Neighbors
prefer
wouldn't
Rome's
be.
style. He catches everything.
Neighbors, hey, it turns out it was a lie, that report I saw earlier, that they were looking to avoid an OBJ situation.
What?
yeah, Neighbors
That's so.
he's wide receiver too. I think it's a very solid pick for them. They needed another weapon desperately. I mean, I don't even know what their offense would have looked like if they had, like, the idea they were going to trade to 3 for McCarthy. What the hell would they do? Like, how would they possibly build around him?
Yeah, I have no idea. I thought,
I'm a big get the quarterback before the weapons guy, but I think that would have put them in such a hole where it's like I'm starting to think maybe.
yeah, and get a
maybe
good
you're right.
quarterback before the weapons,
And
like,
that's the other thing is that McCarthy, I don't think is
Maye,
that level of quarterback. If it was
if it's
Caleb Williams,
Maye,
okay.
go do it.
If it
I
was
think they
Maye.
probably really did try to trade up something awful. Like, I think that it makes perfect sense that they were dying for Maye with, Daboll's history with Josh Allen and just what Maye put on film. But yeah, if you can't get Maye, I think Neighbors, he's my number 7th ranked prospect. I liked him slightly less than Odunze. I didn't think he quite had the plan versus press and like the seasoning with route salesmanship down the field. But I mean, he's way faster than Odunze and his hands are pretty elite, and he's like can catch a drag route and score a touchdown, which I don't think Odunze or Harrison can do. So
The playmaking after the catch is really, really special.
And I think he was the most special guy on that LSU team. Certainly. I think if I'm ranking them in terms of importance, I'm putting Malik Neighbors at number 1, to be completely honest with you. So
I'm taking Rome here if I'm Tennessee.
Yeah, I'm taking Rome, or I'm trading back.
I could see a trade back. If I'm the Bears,
I don't know what they will do. But
actually, if
I
I'm
think
the
this is a layup
Jets,
for Tennessee.
if I'm the Jets, I might trade up, get Rome.
That's not a bad take. I would really think about doing that. I guess they already got Mike Williams, and that was like kind of their other outside guy. But like, man, I guess if they hadn't gotten Mike Williams,
Bowers, like if you really like Bowers, but like,
well, I don't think you trade up for Bowers though.
Yeah,
but I do like the idea, like man, if they only had to move up 3 spots to get Rome, they maybe really should have thought about doing that.
I'll say this, chat. We're getting into JJ McCarthy range, right? Minnesota. I'm saying watch out for Denver. And I'm saying watch out for Denver.
Yeah,
for JJ.
I mean, they're kind of one of the 2 teams that's really in. I haven't heard anything about McCarthy to the Raiders, so it's going to be them or the Vikings. You'd have to figure in a trade up.
Yeah.
Well, the only quarterback we had seen kind of connected to the Raiders was
Jayden.
Yeah, it was Jayden.
Yeah,
he's gone.
So I think we're definitely in the range where it's like a trade up could happen. Who wants to win that race between those 2?
I
hope it's Denver.
I think about Denver and the way they're built right now. They got that downhill running style with their stable of running backs, and they got Quinn Miners and McGlinchey, and they want to pound the rock right now. And I think that they were one of the best downhill like power running teams in the league last year, despite the fact that they don't have a lot of stars involved in their running game, I'd say. And when you look at like JJ and what he just did at Michigan, like you can kind of see how he can pilot an offense like that potentially. I don't know. Maybe Minnesota wanted someone a little bit more high flying, and that's why they wanted Maye so bad. But I think when you look at Denver and you've heard just nothing about them, and just look at how their team is built and whatnot, it's like I can kind of see McCarthy there. And for what it's worth, a Denver like sports writer told me that he heard they liked McCarthy a lot, and Peyton Manning said that they liked McCarthy a lot, but it was kind of out of their hands, and they might not be able to take him. But now they might be able to, so. The pick is in for the Titans. They don't trade back.
Interesting.
Wisely. I mean, I think I would have just liked to sit here and taken the pick. I also think there's a big difference between moving up to like 4 or 3 and moving up to 8. I feel like regardless, if you're going to take McCarthy, that feels like a big win.
They should take Latham. I mean, that's a distinct possibility. I'd rather have Rome than Latham, though. I'll tell you that right now.
I have to agree.
And if you want like a tackle or an offensive lineman that bad, then I would advocate for trading down, because there are plenty of good ones, and there are plenty of people probably willing to trade up right now. So I would say that wouldn't be my plan, but I do like Latham. It's just a bit high.
DoorDash is an evil app, but it's sounding very good right now, man. Very tempted to get something.
I'm glad I made these pizzas, man.
Did you already down both of them?
No, I'm just munching. Munching and sipping.
I feel you.
You feel me?
They should take Spawn Hour.
What did you think of Joe Alt pick over a wide receiver? We worry about the Chargers passing game, honestly, but
I think Alt will be good. It's like the Gibbs pick, but like even less so, where it's like I think Alt is an even better prospect, obviously, and I think offensive tackle is more valuable than running back. We look back on that Gibbs pick like, oh, well, Gibbs ended up being good, so they were right. Mm-hmm. Well, dude, Alt's probably going to be good, so they're fine. Like, if Alt becomes the all-pro tackle that he's supposed to, how good would Neighbors have to be? Like, yeah, they might not have receivers this year, but it's year 1 of rebuilding. I know it's still a prime Herbert year, but it's fine.
Alt got no aura. He's a tackle, man. How much aura does Christian Darrisaw have? How much aura does
Joe Thomas had so much aura.
Well, Joe Thomas kind of did have aura.
He still has aura.
He had aura.
I don't know.
You can't lie.
Marvin Harrison Jr. over 1,000 receiving yards.
I made money because of you, Theo. Thank you. You're welcome. Some in the chat have been ungrateful for my mock picks. Trent Williams.
If we had mods, we'd ban you for it. So
okay, how many of these guys have aura as rookies though?
Aura as rookies.
Offensive tackles who have aura as rookies. Icky.
No.
You're telling me Penix Sewell.
You're telling me Taylor Moton doesn't have aura? Come on, man.
You're telling me Penix Sewell didn't have aura?
I guess so. I don't care. I never mind. Forget I asked.
That's it. I'm out on Joe Alt.
Did Slater have aura? No. Joe Alt is a name that has aura. I mean, he just sounds like a...
Joe Alt does have, like, okay.
Yeah, like... Is he dripped out right now? No.
JC. Oh, my fault. I didn't mean to spoil it. But
no, you're good.
Latham.
He's walking to the podium and saying it.
Wow.
I will absolutely make sure not to say anything about the Packers pick.
Yeah.
I thought you were about to say J.C. Horn for some reason, Matt. I was like,
No.
why?
No, he's already on the team.
Okay. I take back what I said about rookies with aura. When he walks to the stage, you will see offensive line aura. He does have the he's dripped out right now. I mean, he's an absolute mauler run blocker. Like I said on TikTok, when I was going to this tackle class, I was hoping to see the guy who is just throwing people and like just blowing shit up immediately. Like I watched Fashanu and I watched, even Alt to some extent. Like I like those guys, Fautanu. I liked all those guys a lot, but I was waiting for someone who would just kills people, like just murder them. And that's what Latham does. He will absolutely throw you to the ground. If he gets his hands on you, it is instantly over. And he's pretty light on his feet too for a big guy. I don't think when I watched Neil all those years ago now, 2, 3 or whatever it is, like I thought he was good, but there was balance issues that I thought that I saw that kind of carried over. Didn't really see any of that with Latham. Problem is, like, I don't know, he's just so big. He's a little bit inconsistent, I think, in terms of like his focus. Like sometimes it'll be like, why'd you let that blitz through, man? But
he's like freshly 21.
He is young.
He's in.
I mean, he's not a horrific pick, but I think Rome is going to be better than him. But
I think this is a pretty substantial reach.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's good. I agree. I think he's going to be good, but unlike Alt versus Neighbors, I think this is like,
it's true. And I guess you couldn't have traded back that far because it sounded like the Chargers really liked Latham.
Sounds like he's a tackle too, and a lot of teams want to trade up for tackles. I agree. Man,
Theo, you're right about the aura, though.
He's awesome. He's got the look. He's got the look.
Yeah, man. He's got the aura.
I'll say this. I think we were right about the McCarthy stuff. We did call that. At this point, we were right that McCarthy was not going like 3 or 4. And every report was saying, he's going to go higher. He's going to go higher. And he didn't because he is not that level of prospect. That was a good read by us.
It was a good read by us. And we'll see if anybody even trades up for him. I will be fascinated if Minnesota is on the board at number 11 and he's there. Because I think he's the level of prospect where Minnesota could say we like Byron Murphy better. I don't think it's a lock that if he falls to Minnesota, he's Minnesota's guy as opposed to Penix or someone else.
Like here's the thing. It's like I understand that maybe some teams are going to think about trading back up into the first for like the Penix or the Bonix of the world. I think McCarthy is like that level of guy.
Schefter saying Falcons thinking quarterback. That would be funny. That would be funny. Maybe we spoke too soon.
The Falcons?
I don't. I'll believe that when I see it.
I mean, they just got caught tampering for.
I would take, dude. Like they should take a Odunze. Screw. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Rondale Moore. We can't, dude. Like I would take that slam dunk. I know you've invested a lot in weapons.
Or like trade back and get either Arnold or Murphy or Latu or Turner or Latu. Like why would you take a quarterback? If they pick McCarthy, I'm goated. I called it. Let's scroll up. JJ McCarthy to Atlanta, learning from Kirk for a year or two. You said that 3 minutes ago.
What I saw is that they were showing a video of Penix, and I misread it and thought it was the pick, but I didn't want to say it. Or is that actually it?
Falcons take Chop Robinson. Yeah, you feel free to just lie about the player in the chat, so I don't know what's real.
I do like. Yes, that's the thing. It's like the liars can overcome the spoilers because I won't know who to believe.
Yeah, exactly. How old is Michael Penix?
He's 23 going on 24.
He's going to be fucking 30 by the time.
Is that what they did? Did they take, like, are they taking Penix?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not checking my phone. I
might have to check my phone.
I will.
It would help if you guys made it believable lies. I've seen a lot of Spencer Rattler just got picked today, not just for this one. It's like, all right. I'm pretty sure that's not what happened.
I have discipline. I'm zen. I'm like JJ beneath the goalpost.
Holy shit.
I think that I may. You guys can't lie about this. It has to be Penix.
It's Penix. It is.
It's Penix.
Bro.
What the fuck are they doing?
Bro. When I said that I might take Penix before McCarthy, this is not what I meant. What the fuck?
What the fuck are they doing? What are they doing?
The 8th overall pick behind Kirk Cousins.
Oh, no, it's like, what are we... What are they doing?
I'm literally speechless right now. I don't even know how to analyze this pick.
This is so bad.
Do they think he's like Jared Goff with a monster arm or something? I guess Stafford, like they think he's Stafford?
Stafford didn't sit a year. Like, what are we... Why did you give Kirk Cousins a 4-year, $180 million contract?
That is crazy. I guess they think that if with some time to develop, he will turn into like a Jordan Love type of thing. And he's got the arm talent. He's got the arm talent. I mean, but he's not that accurate. He doesn't create. I don't know. Maybe that Texas game was for real his Stroud game, but he followed it up with kind of a stinker in the national championship game. Granted, he was hurt, but I just cannot get on board with that. I think that he's.
I thought he was an end of the first reasonable. This is the first just totally insane. I didn't hear a word about it pick.
I mean, this might be the most
27 in 2 years
that's ever seen in the draft. And you just handed Rome to the Bears. Fuck you, Atlanta.
Yep. If he goes to the Bears, and I think they will pick him, then the expectation is that Caleb is good year one. And the idea that it's anything different is ridiculous. And just thinking about quarterbacks like they're way different than any other position.
Why did they do that, bro? Like, what?
They think he's him, man. They think he's that guy.
I just like don't.
When you think he's that guy, you just take him, I guess. But I just don't know if he's gonna be that guy. If you can't move as a quarterback in the big year of 2020, maybe it'll be different in 2027. Maybe it'll be different. Maybe the tides are changing. But if you offer me really nothing as a playmaker or as a mover, like I'm not taking you with a top 10 pick, man. And you don't. I don't know. I guess I haven't charted every throw like some people have, but when I look at like Derek Klassen's charting and Solak's charting, they say like, look, he puts it in the vicinity of of Rome. He puts it in the vicinity of poke, but he's not necessarily like Deadeye, you know. And then it's just, this is gonna be fucking Rome, dude.
That'd be an amazing pick. I mean, that would just be such a layup for him too, to go Caleb and Rome.
I mean,
Brett's been saying it for
Rome
weeks.
and DJ Moore and Keenan Allen is just, I mean, getting up there with any weapons core in the NFL.
The Bears could have a disgusting offense year one.
Yeah.
Penix reminds me of a worse version of Tua. He doesn't really remind me of. I have no idea.
I think there's some things to like about Penix. I think his arm is pretty decent, and he's good at avoiding sacks. And I think I honestly liked him as the end of the first guy, but that's pretty high at 8.
That's the thing. It's just like at 8, because we wouldn't have taken McCarthy this high.
Well, Penix isn't that much different than McCarthy, to be completely honest with you. Like, McCarthy is not that crazy of a prospect, man. Like, neither is Daniels, is the other thing to me. So maybe I'm totally off, but
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Go for it. I'm just still trying to process this. What's the chat saying?
They're saying that Minnesota traded up 1 pick with New York. Rome Odunze, man, I'm absolutely sickened. I am sickened by this. This is not good.
Yeah, if you're a fan of the NFC North, other than the Bears, you are sick to your stomach right now.
Yeah.
I mean, is it
I'm
crazy to say that they could win the division?
Is it crazy to say the Bears could win the division? I don't think it's crazy. I think it's going to be a dogfight, though. I'll say that. I mean, I think that they're going to be right up in there. I think the Lions are very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears they're still very young.
Sure.
I worry about their defense maybe repeating their performance to some extent. I don't think Eberflus has the juice of KOC and Dan Campbell and LaFleur, and that's the main thing. But man, you heard me talk about Caleb, and Rome is my wide receiver too. That is a sick duo, and I mean their passing offense really doesn't have too much of an excuse not to be, at least by the end of the year, when it's time to like stack wins and get into the playoffs or win some playoff games. Like by the end of the year, they should be pretty sick on offense. And if their defense can repeat last year's performance, that's totally on the table for them. Rome, I mean, he has the best hands maybe ever, dude. He catches absolutely everything. A 75% contested catch rate for Rome Odunze. And the thing with it's special, and he's a good route runner, and he can beat press, and he's pretty fast. And I love what he does after the catch as well. Like, he's not going to turn up field and take it the distance like Neighbors, but what he is going to be able to do is just make that first reaction after he catches it is always right. So he just kind of worms his way to extra yards. And if he catches it like 5 yards down the field on 3rd and 7, like he's picking that up, dude. Like there's just no doubt in my mind.
He's such a complete receiver, and then he's also just like the best. He could be one of the best contested catch artists in the league day one. Like he really.
Vikings went to 10.
It's McCarthy.
Tough.
Oh well. I mean.
I just don't want McCarthy to go to the Vikings, dude. I think it's probably going to be pretty decent for him there.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
We will see.
I mean, I'm rooting against him. I'm a hater, you know.
That's okay. You can root against him.
Absolutely no shame in that, for me at least.
But
and I would love to have two of my ops, Sean Payton and McCarthy, on the same team.
Yeah, I think they traded up 1 pick Man, that's kind of a fourth and a fifth just to move up that one spot. That's not nothing, especially because how many picks do they have at this point? The Vikings.
They're kind of a little low, I believe. That's a good trade from the Jets. Those day 3 picks really do mean something, and fourths and fifths are not nothing. And giving yourselves more swings it's a big deal, you know.
I mean, the Vikings, they're going to keep 23. That's nice, obviously.
Yeah.
But then they're going to have pick 108.
Damn.
And it's going to be a long way to go. And then they're not going to have that many picks after that. So it's going to be a long time, I guess.
I mean, they see Penix go at 8. And I imagine the Broncos were also calling the Jets, and you probably had to outbid them. So
poor Charles.
It's either that or you take Knicks at 23. Or you go into the year with no quarterback. I mean, Sam Darnold, but.
Magic just won by 40. Did they really win by a bunch? I'm going to guess in all caps that it's somewhat a lie, but I saw that they were leading at some point. I really didn't catch much of that game, real talk.
The Magic did win by 40. Shit.
You went to ASU on Monday and you didn't see
me. Oh my God, they did. And
that's because I live in Denver.
That's because
I went to ASU and didn't see Theo.
Got to go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday if you really want it, but you know. They did win by 40. Well, shout out to him for getting a win. I think that people started being like a little bit too nasty about Paulo online. I was like, okay, you know, people were overrating him, and you know, I'll give you that. But he's 21 on a team with bad spacing against a great defense. It's going to be tough, and I think his ceiling is still really high. And I don't care how ugly this series can get for him. But I saw he hit 31, so good for him.
I'm still rattled by Penix going where he did. I can't even like focus on what else is happening.
You know, I'm watching the little ticker of the teams going across at the bottom of the screen, and I'm noticing it stops at 32, which just seems
rude.
Very rude, you know.
That's so funny to have Penix, who is like 34, sit behind Kirk. Like, what is the game plan there, dude?
34.
No, I mean, Penix, like Cousins has guaranteed money for at least 2 more years, right? You're sitting Penix until he's 27. That's got to be
Brandon
the plan,
Weeden,
right?
man. That's some Brandon Weeden
shit.
shit.
How did that go, man? Bad.
I guess Brandon Weeden was like 29, but they gave Kirk 180 million. Like they just did that. It's
like, yeah, I mean, like,
into it. It's.
How do you think Kirk Cousins feels?
Matt, you owe the Packers a thank you after Jordan Love worked out. Now your NFC South opponents are trying to emulate Green Bay, and
oh, I see. You know, and thank you very much, Packers. Theo, thank you.
Yes. Because, you know, I don't know.
You did like Jordan Love coming out of the draft.
I don't think I really had. That was the year before I was really.
I thought you did. You liked him at least like.
I didn't like him when they.
You were like he was.
Yeah. I didn't like him when the draft happened. I was mad, but then, and this is just me being a G with the quarterback evaluations. To be completely honest with you, when he was about to start, I went back and watched all of his throws. And then I realized that he was good. And people are like, you can't judge that based on one Eagles drive.
But you kind of can see. I don't think you can judge everything about a player, but like with a quarterback, like you can really see a lot of their process. Like it just doesn't take that long to see like, okay, well, if he's sitting in the pocket and making reads and like if pressure's getting to him and he's like, it's looking good, man. It's looking
exactly.
wonderful.
Exactly. And then when I saw that, and then I went back and watched the Chiefs games all those years ago, his first start, which was really like when most people saw him because it was on prime time. I realized like they were blitzing him. LaFleur had no good plan for it. and he was just on his like target Devontae shit. And at least he was like getting the ball out. It wasn't like a Zach Wilson run around type of game and like disaster 10-yard sack game. It was like, okay, he's trying to get to the one-on-one versus the blitz, and it's just too chaotic. So I was able to figure out that Love was a guy. Penix, I don't know. Penix, he's slightly intriguing, like you say, Matt, but man, I cannot.
Like I get it. I get it. Him not taking a lot of sacks moves me a decent amount, to be real with you.
I mean, the Texas game was fantastic. You think about the game that Stroud had versus Georgia. When you kind of realize like, okay, he can move around a little bit more than you think, and okay, his arm is really crazy good, and like it's just fantastic in a big moment against good competition. Like that's what Penix did versus Texas. The problem is like Penix had the next game, Penix is old, and Penix has all the knee injuries, and Penix is going to sit behind Kirk Cousins for years. So I don't know.
There goes McCarthy.
Yep. I'm sorry. I gotta check the sports tweeter Matthias reactions to what's going on.
Oh, he already started coping. Talking about how JJ McCarthy's a born winner. Come on, man.
A born winner.
He just keeps getting away with it, bro. That's what's sickening about it.
He's hyped. I mean, I would be too if I went to Minnesota.
The pick is in. I was very quick for the Jets. They weren't fooling around.
I would have.
Winner.
Like it could be Bowers. Pretty
tough when your first marker is winner, man. Like just get me off the ride if the number.
I think that's Brady's first
winner.
Marker,
efficient Alex Smith, man. That is brutal for their quick little hitter, Alex Smith.
Oh wait, that's what they put on the TV.
Yeah, they were like,
winner.
What's nice about McCarthy? They said the 3 bullet points were Alex Smith, winner, and efficiency.
Oh yeah, it's over.
It's over. I mean, he's just not that crazy of a prospect. I guess he's probably going to be better than Darnold, I guess, but I don't have the fear in my heart that I did when the Bears got Odunze and Caleb, certainly.
Is he better than Sam Darnold?
I think he's probably going to put up decent numbers because he's got such a good supporting cast. But
yeah, he's more.
That's kind of the type of guy that he is,
Mm-hmm. I just think, I don't know, his release is good. Like I like how he generates a ton of velocity when he really can step into it. It is absolutely flies out of his hands. That's nice. He's willing to target the middle of the field. That's nice. Like if you want to hand it off and throw the dig type guy, like he's probably your guy. The thing is, I worry a little bit about how much he steps into throws. Like he'll really like fully like do a full step, and then it's almost Baker Mayfield-esque, I think, where Baker is not really a natural arm talent. It's just like all in the crazy torque that he generates, and I kind of feel like it's the same deal with McCarthy a little bit, where it's like
I see the Baker at him, but I think Baker also had some good years. I bet you McCarthy does the same thing.
Yeah, and he's not as accurate as Baker. Like I'm not comparing them necessarily. I just think that they kind of have that similar release where it kind of takes them a long time to load up, even though it's really smooth and fluid. But sometimes he oversteps and misses. As a runner, he's not like Caleb or anything like that, or even Maye, where if he gets hit in the backfield, he's breaking the tackle or breaking tackles downfield. Like his tools are okay, but he's just okay to me. So
I don't hate the Baker comp. Baker feels
I don't like the Baker comp, but I don't know who I would comp him to, honestly.
I saw a tweet that said as soon as Justin Fields is gone, they get DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and Keenan Allen.
I mean, that's on polls a little bit. Like, he never drafted any wide receivers before that. Like, they could have had it somebody.
Yeah.
You know, they made that choice.
Dang, I mean, that Penix stuff is nuts.
It's so funny.
That makes me very happy. That one I love.
Yeah.
You love to see your rivals have
three bad quarterback decisions in one offseason. It's got to be some sort of record.
Man, if only my divisional rivals could do something wrong one of these years.
They got rid of Rip.
You're the division rival doing wrong, I'm afraid. But so are the Carolina Panthers, so it's all good.
You know it's bad when they're showing highlights of JJ McCarthy and it's like a check down that Blake Corum. It's like a 2-yard swing pass for a touchdown.
Is that
to
what
Blake
they showed?
Corum. Yeah.
I will say the Steelers have made a lot of mistakes. I looked at their first round history and I wasn't. It's not very good. Recently.
Fashanu to the Jets. I like that. I think
Fashanu.
I have no problem.
At 11 is perfectly fine. I really like him. I think his great anchor. I think that's super, super valuable. And I think it gives him a high ceiling because even when he screws up and loses, he's able to get back and get the win. And they needed a tackle. 11, I think, is perfectly fine value. You know, It's not Bowers. I would have really thought about Bowers. I probably would have gone Bowers. But you made some good points about why they might not want to do that and build their offense around him. So I think Fashanu is a very, very good pick.
Yeah, I think Bowers would be more enticing for a certain type of play caller, and I just don't think the Jets are that team. They at right tackle, they've currently got a Band-Aid in Morgan Moses, not necessarily a long-term starter, and Tyron Smith isn't going to be a long-term starter for you either, most likely. Like he's great. I love Tyron Smith. He's still one of the top tackles in the league, but he's constantly injured, and if he goes down, what have you got on your offensive line? Like the tackle positions both look pretty weak, pretty fast, and he's very injury prone. So to grab a guy like Fashanu is perfectly acceptable. You're getting him to protect your asset in Aaron Rodgers, not to necessarily run block. I think he needs a little bit of work in that department. But yeah, he's got unlimited upside as a pass protector. The way his feet move and his anchor is quite nice. So I don't really have any kind of problem with it. I heard that Fashanu got medically red flagged by the Jets. So that kind of eliminates him as well from even consideration. Like if you think his knee is fucked, don't take him, so I'm fine with that. No trades. All the insiders told us how many trades there were going to be.
They lied to me.
I guess there was one trade, the little one up. But...
Outside of the one trade. No, I agree.
Where is my Jaguars trade up for neighbors? It could still happen.
That pick is going right to the 49ers for Ayuk.
We lost money on the mocks. How could we do this?
That I mean, now that we're past it, that look how the line has moved for the Chargers trading Herbert is ridiculous, man. That really is some ridiculous stuff. Did you see that today?
I didn't see anything like that, but when these lines move dramatically, it's where? On what sports book? On all of them?
Like ESPN Bet was putting out an ad about that, basically.
Whatever.
I think it's not good stuff, man.
Yeah, I don't really like the huge swing in betting odds. It's either the reporters are saying it or they're not.
Right.
Well, it's
Theo's mock.
Matt, I'm glad to hear that you are a big fan of Draft Day.
Yes, Draft Day is a good movie. I feel
is.
very strongly about this. Draft Day is pretty. There is no way that you watch Draft Day and you're that's it's very campy, but that's what makes it so good. And it's almost entirely propped up by its premise, which is almost entirely propped up by being ridiculous, like a movie about the NFL draft and it's one team. But it's just so funny. It's like if Moneyball was not quite as clever, a lot less clever.
It missed all the Sorkin dialogue of.
Yeah, it's without the Sorkin dialogue, and there was really, really not close to the truth. That's what it's like.
It's Moneyball awesome if you replaced Aaron Sorkin with with some C-list writer and had like Mike Mayock chime in about a couple parts for accuracy. And they're like, they're like, who would be a good person to talk to about what could happen during an NFL draft? And they're like, well, what if we talk to the leading expert at NFL Network, Mike Mayock? And he's like, well, what could legitimately happen is, they could pass on the quarterback and they could draft a running back instead because his dad played for the team, and then they fall in love with an offensive lineman and they just take him. And they're like, sweet, we got an expert telling us what could happen in the draft. And then that expert ends up being the guy who took Damon Arnett and Leatherwood, and like, so maybe they just got bad information from Mayock about what would happen in an NFL draft.
It's just like the trades are like just like kind of nonsense, and they really have to work super hard to make him like win after he like lost that one trade super bad.
I want my picks back, and I want David Putney.
It's like we need a kick returner. It's like a kick returner would be worth like
nothing, right? They don't know
fucking nothing.
They would gladly just give you that. Like,
I guess. I don't know. I think now if that was made today, it would be a running back is what they would be getting, as a sort of like low mid value sort of.
Didn't they take a running back? Didn't they like want the franchise legend's son or something?
Yeah, that's what they did. They did end up getting him.
Yeah, they took a running back, an outside linebacker, and a kick returner.
The Bo Callahan, nobody went to his birthday party, and then it's implied like, yes, that's why he sucks. It's like so good, dude.
It's so funny because like it probably would have been real if nobody went to his birthday party. Like, how are you going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft and no one even shows up for clout and to take like pictures on Snap and like met Bo Callahan, like not a single one. So honestly, he probably did end up sucking.
Like, you'd have to really be a dick for no one to want to even use you for clout is crazy.
Exactly. Like, you're the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Like, maybe all of USC's teammates secretly, like all of the USC teammates secretly hate Caleb Williams. If Caleb Williams threw a draft party, they'd all still be there. Like, if they was so bad that not a single one even showed up, I wouldn't take him either. So I think he was vindicated for that.
And then he lied about the playbook. He didn't read the playbook.
True. He's literally Jamarcus Russell.
And he lied about it, and then they're like, no one's ever done that before. No one's ever not read plenty of guys have not read the playbook.
I think you can tell that Rodgers really recovering from back surgery. Can someone get this man like a go-kart or something? He's like shuffling.
He's fighting through it. He's our knight in shining armor located.
Yo, who is
tearing it up?
I was gonna say, who is racing
down Sherman? Bo Nix.
No shot.
Bo
Nix. I'll say this about Bo Nix or about this pick.
Nah. Bro.
All this talk about what Bill Belichick could do without Brady. I'm not a keep that same energy guy, but I am going to have to say keep that same energy about Sean Payton.
That's a good tweet.
No, I need to make let's be clear, because he has not done anything without Breeze so far, and he didn't have to go to the Broncos.
Well, so much for our quarterbacks always fall theory.
We actually
took a horrible. We called it with McCarthy not going number 4, but we took a horrific L overall.
I could be an NFL GM. I swear I could. Like, there's no way that teams yeah, bro, we just have to.
Bo Nix, I'm listening for the reaction here in Denver, and it's dead silent outside. Is the city not hyped?
Is the city not hyped? You're like listening out your window to hear.
There's no buzz.
Oh my God.
There's no buzz. I mean, to me, that's falling into a bit of a trap. I mean, Bo Nix throwing to nobody at 12 overall.
He's got Cortland Sutton, man. Come on.
He's got Cortland Sutton.
For 8 games, let's be real.
There were some intriguing things on his film, but wasn't that crazy. I don't know. I just think Maye and Caleb are so far above everybody else in this class. Quarterback hit rate has such a low percentage. I'm just not betting on any of these guys to buck the trend. The Penixes, the Bo Nixes. I don't know. But that's crazy.
Yeah, it's really crazy.
I'll have to rewatch some of the film tonight, I guess.
I think there's some things to like with Bo Nix. I do like. He's also a guy who does a good job avoiding sacks. Mm-hmm. He does, which is a big deal. It is, but I understand it's like, dude, a lot of one read stuff. Mm-hmm. You know, he can place a slant really well. I know that for a fact, and he's got the go ball. I know that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go back and watch some of the film tonight. I didn't think he'd get picked in the first round, so I'm not.
All these quarterbacks getting more NFL playing time than Matt Corral. I hate my life.
Man, where would have Ritter gone in this draft? Would he still have gone in the third round, or
he would have gone at this rate? He would have gone like sixth.
Right here. This would be he'd be right here.
Yeah, we'd see Matt Corral, Desmond Ritter.
The pick is in. Who do we think?
I have no idea for the Raiders. I don't know, man.
I don't know. It's looking pretty good. I mean, they miss out on a quarterback, but really every team should be like stoked right now because all the players that they wanted are getting pushed way down the board because of these two extra quarterbacks.
It's going to be Rattler.
It's you fellas got to catch up, I'm afraid. This is
a pick already in.
It is.
Goodell is announcing it at this very moment on my screen, so I can't be too far behind.
Okay, I'm seeing it on Twitter.
Bowers, hey,
that's a good pick.
I think it's a good pick.
I mean,
I know they just drafted Maye. I think Bowers is a good player, and they'll be.
And Maye is a different type of tight end than Bowers is. Like they just gave him the George Kittle comp. I just don't really agree with that. He's not that type of blocker. You don't want him standing next to, like, look at these highlights that are currently playing. He's like Debo or McCaffrey, or just think of him loosely as like someone who would be useful for San Francisco, like more than a position player really at all. I'd be sick if I was Indianapolis. We'll see what Luke Getsy can do with him. But I think that he's going to be quite good. And I think of all the weapons, like he's by far the best at this point. So,
yes.
$13 picks and no defense. Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
The Raiders normally have a pretty bad first round, but they did good this year.
They did. You went bird watching today and saw a scarlet tanager. That's sick. Sorry, scarlet tanagers are awesome. That offense isn't bad, low key. Adams, Bowers, Myers. It's not really a bad 1 through 3 there, and we'll see what they can get at running back. We'll see what they do at quarterback. I mean, it's bad until proven otherwise because of that. But it'll be interesting to see how they use him if they want to go more 2 tight end looks like as Maye and Bowers. They're probably not going to be on the field all the time together, but you got to think.
6 QBs in the first round ties an NFL record.
I don't think we're beating it.
The last time that happened was 1983.
6 quarterbacks. Well, who are the 6 quarterbacks in 83? I wonder.
That's what I'm trying to find now.
Okay. My roommate may set off the fire alarm here in a moment.
If so, is that something that he told you that was going to happen, or just did you assess the situation? And
I may have assessed. I may have walked downstairs. And I can't see to the other side of the room quite as well as I usually can.
Is he cooking something or is he?
Yeah, it's
smoking
totally fine. No, he's not. He's not smoking anything. He's cooking.
Okay, I was wondering if
it's a
he's
very
hotboxing the bottom
small
of
downstairs area. It's
downstairs.
very easy to set off the fire alarm in our place.
Well.
I'm also a terrible cook, so that doesn't really help.
Fair enough. Matt, we were talking about the last time 6 quarterbacks were taken in the first round was 1983. So this ties the NFL record. Those quarterbacks were John Elway, Todd Blackledge, Jim Kelly, Tony Eason, Ken O'Brien, and Dan Marino.
Couple good ones in there.
Yeah. No.
I mean, 3 Hall of Famers.
They're not all going to be hits.
Those were also way more spread out. Like Marino went at the end of the first round.
I think this is just it's just an overstep in general.
I would agree.
Bowers is going to be nice.
Yep. And I commend the Raiders for having the guts to take him even when it was not their biggest need. And just this is a straight BPA play. I think it's a good thing.
Yep.
I'd rather have Bowers than Bo Nix.
Yep. And this is positional value.
Yeah.
Yep.
Rip Michael Mayer. I think that Bowers can be. I don't know. I mean, he's going to be their traditional tight end. It's not like he's always going to be in there doing some weird shit. But I do think that Mayer still has a role. I think that Bowers is so unique that a second tight end can still get involved, but it is looking pretty over for Mayer Bros. Who's on the clock now? The Saints. It'll be a tackle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tackle.
Probably Fuaga then, huh? I'd have to imagine. Hey, we got that out right in our mock then, if it is him.
I agree.
Get Derek Carr a weapon. I know the Saints are sick. They couldn't somehow trade up and burn all their future assets to go all in right now.
They really wanted to, I'm sure.
Daniel Jeremiah is best available. Arnold, Fuaga, Fashanu, Mitchell, Turner versus Latu. Latu is way too far down his board, man. Latu could be a sneaky pick for them here.
Yeah, that would be a very good pick. I would be upset about that pick, I'll tell you that.
That's what you should do if it upsets the people who hate you.
Truly.
I could also see them going like Brian Thomas Jr. or Adonai Mitchell or something too. Wouldn't shock me.
That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad at all, I don't think. I mean, look, with Thomas Jr., it's like I have some like, man, are you really going to take him? Like, there's definitely more complete receivers when you're taking him this high, you know, but the athleticism really is like a guy his size moving the way he does and how quick he can decelerate and stop. It's ridiculous. There's not many guys like it. I mean, you can go years without seeing somebody who can do what he can do in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Matt, not drinking LaCroix, I'm out.
You drank them all that were in your fridge? You just sent that whole picture that was like 50 of them in there.
What about it? Well, my roommates have a few, but like, you know, I'm a beast on the LaCroix, man.
I guess so.
It's like me in high school when I was drinking the vitamin waters.
You did like the vitamin waters.
I drank that shit like it was crack. Like
you drank it like it was crack.
Yeah, man.
The Saints are already restructuring this player's contract. Fuaga and Six Boyd.
Bang. Who tweeted that? Or did someone say that in the chat?
No, that's a chat. If that's a good tweet to steal.
That is a
Jared 2-1. No, I'm not going to steal Jared 2-1.
That was an ethical bucket.
You got to
tweet. That was great.
That was
whoever said that in the comments, tweet that out. We'll retweet it. That is hilarious.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Was it from The Office where like Ryan was like, it's funny how people always say things are like crack, where it's like, dude, clearly you've never. I think about, you know what I'm talking about, Blaiden?
Yes,
I think about that every single time, dude. That might be my single favorite Office bit.
That's a great Office quote.
Theo, what's your favorite Office bit?
I like the episode with the fire alarm going off and they're all locked in there, and then one of them like throws a printer out the window or something. Like that would even help.
Like, yeah, they're on like the fifth floor.
And like one of them crawls in the vents, and it's like not even like that doesn't.
It doesn't.
Like, what are you gonna do? I haven't watched much of The Office, but that whole episode is pretty good. That's all good stuff.
Fuaga, is that not what we said?
We did say
We
Fuaga.
nailed that. Bang.
Is that the first pick we've gotten right since Caleb?
There's some possibility, dude.
Who
did we say for the Chargers? We didn't say all. We said neighbors, didn't we?
We did.
We went way too much what we thought like we would do. We were like,
we did.
Our whole mindset so early was like, they're just going to do what is right by our books, I bet. And it's just like, no.
Shout out Fall Guy. I guess that probably means he's playing tackle in New Orleans, I would guess.
Well, Ramsek is like on the
brink of retirement. And then their left tackle is the problem that they thought that they had, like Penning didn't work out. So that's what they originally needed. And then it was like, we need both tackle spots, maybe. He's very fast for a offensive lineman. Like when he takes off, like he can really close the space on those linebackers quickly. And that's the one thing I would not want if I was a linebacker, is like some guy just flying at you with reckless abandon. You'd have no time to think. You got to figure out how to he's right up on me. And that's what Fuaga brings to the table. I worry a little bit about his control when he's doing that. Like he just flies out so goddamn fast, but sometimes he misses his target on the second level, I think more frequently than some of the other prospects in this class. And then I also worry about him getting beat around the edge, but he's got really good hand fighting, I think. And he is stout, he's big. And if you are running wide zone and you need someone to just reach somebody, like he's the guy to go do that, or just need to go to the second level and like blow somebody up. He's the guy to go do that. So we'll see if it's a great pick. I think this is a bit of a reach, but it's not like they took Penix at number 8, I guess.
Every pick looks good since the Penix pick, man. Except for the Knicks pick and the McCarthy pick.
I really, really, really honest to God mean it. Seeing all the people who were so mean to Desmond Ridder be upset about their quarterback situation yet again, that makes me happy. I really love that. I do.
Real shit.
Now what will the Colts do? What do we have them with Brian Thomas Jr.? I think that's a possibility.
Yeah.
I think it's still a possibility. We'll see, though. Quinion Mitchell has been mocked to them a lot.
Yeah. We haven't had a corner or an edge go yet, have we?
No, we haven't had a defensive player go.
Yeah.
We haven't had Murphy. We haven't had Newton. We haven't had DeJean. We haven't had no position.
As a Falcons fan, I loved Ridder. To be real with you, like if you're a Falcons fan and you hated Ridder because he wasn't that good, like I get it. Like I'm not dumb. I understand.
Wait, then who are you mad at? Like
I'm mad at the people who would like, here's the DoorDash commercial on Twitter. That's not funny.
I think I may have tweeted that DoorDash gif out one time.
Yeah.
This is Matt telling Theo that he hates him.
No. It was the Falcons fan who said it with a little bit more hate in their heart. They weren't just trying to be funny. They were trying to get him.
Theo being right about Trevor Penning 2 years ago. That was one of my better draft takes because I absolutely thought he was.
That's one of your better draft takes. Not only because it was very right, but because like the whole like he likes to like it's such an annoying take to be like.
And it was so prevalent, like
it's so annoying.
Oh, the toughness is so tough.
Dude, and
then like you turn on the
he
Senior
wasn't
Bowl
even
film.
like that. Like he's just a jerk. He's not even tough.
Yes, and at the Senior Bowl, like that's when really his stock started to rise. Was like the highlights from the Senior Bowl of him like throwing MFs, and then you go watch like, and those are like the clips, right? And they're kind of zoomed in on him, so you can't really see what's going on. You could just kind of see the nasty finish, and then you watch the Senior Bowl, and he would like take an L and visibly be pissed, and like go in for a shot after the rep is over. Like they would disengage. The guy would be like walking back to the defensive huddle, and like Penning would like shove him from behind, and people were like, "He's so nasty." Bro, that's terrible. It's terrible. But
strongly agree.
We're missing out on an Embiid masterclass. Well, I'm glad he's having one. I'd rather him have a masterclass than hear that he's staring at
I'm
the
honestly
floor
stunned
with, like,
he's made it this
PTSD.
long, dude. It's impressive.
He's got heart. No one can say that he doesn't.
I hope the 76ers
Damn,
get this
41 points so far.
Dang.
They're up 12. Hey, Maxey has 25.
Surprised Embiid's leg hasn't fallen off yet. The way he moves around, he's surprised it hasn't fallen off yet. That's like the main thing about the injury is like he just looks so unconfident in his own to the point where it's like, are the 76ers making a mistake having him out here at all? Which I saw takes like that on Twitter, and like I kind of agree. Like the thought crossed my mind, but at the end of the day, it's like no, he only has so many more chances left. You kind of got to risk it. So, but anyway, haven't watched yet. Did Gerard Evan get taken? Not yet. Not yet.
But they're showing him in the draft room with a big smile on his face, and his phone is in his hand. I think it's good.
He's next. He's the Colts pick right here, Gerard Evan.
So true.
What do you think about the cheese head thing? Are you like a big fan of that, or do you have a hot take about the cheese?
I don't really have a hot take about it.
Like the physical, like, you know.
I've had one. There's always been one around our house. I've never worn it though to like a game just because it makes me too obscenely tall. Like I can't be 6'4" with a 5-inch hat. No one behind me will be able to see. But I think they're cute. I do. I think they're cute.
I wasn't saying that because I have some like my secret take is that fuck the cheese hats. It's like no.
No, they make me too tall, so I would never wear one. I think I'm just too much of an obstacle with one on. But if you want to wear a cheese head, I think they're funny. I mean, there's some whimsy to going to Lambeau, and
it's just the right amount of whimsy.
It is. So I rock with the cheese heads. I don't think they're corny or stupid or whatever. And there's not too many of them. It's not like you go and there's like everyone is decked out in the cheese head. And
yeah, it's
like the big hats, you know, like you start to get a little sick of the big hats. When you go to a cheese head, there's a Packers game. There's usually like, hey, Latu went to the Colts.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's a fantastic pick. I really do. I think that's great.
It's like the Bowers
pick. 15. Yep.
Just let a good player fall to you. He's the first defensive player off the board as well. That actually shocks me.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
I love that too.
He's the best defensive player in the class, so I agree with it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just purely a technician as a pass rusher. I think he's the best pass rushing prospect since Garrett.
It's hard to disagree, man. He's athletic. Like it's not like you're drafting some stiff, like non-explosive dude who just has a couple moves in his bag. Like you're getting someone who's legitimately bendy, who's legitimately big. Like his frame is nice, and he's Neo from the Matrix, man. It's a blur when he gets his hands activated. He just what is he even doing?
He's so quick. I mean, he just has lightning reflexes. His lateral quickness is insane. I mean, he teleports into gaps, it feels like sometimes, man.
Yeah,
This is the right pick.
This is the right pick.
Their pass rush could be disgusting.
It was pretty good last year. It kind of surprised me how good their numbers were.
Well, Kwity Paye had a pretty good year.
Well, I really like the Colts, man. I think they're starting to stack up some good drafts here, at least so far. Yes. I really like this pick, and I think Richardson's going to be pretty good. And the receiver, it's starting to come together over there, man. They got a lot of pieces. I mean, they almost made the playoffs.
They were in it to the last week of the season, really, with Minshew. So I don't see why. I would be concerned if I was an NFC North fan or AFC South fan. I am an NFC North fan. I'd be like, God damn it. Colts are actually
looking really good.
They're actually building something.
Latu a better prospect than Bosa. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you might be right about that. I didn't scout Bosa though. That was the year before I got into it.
I wasn't super into scouting him, but I do know that was the goat.
Bosa was pretty
as far as I was concerned.
Bosa was
unbelievable.
Second best since Bosa.
Let's go, Ben. Let's go, Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are here.
Oh, Ben's
first defensive player off the board, and it's Latu to the Colts. That's
just, I mean, it's a way to take advantage of having 6 quarterbacks picked before you. When you don't need a quarterback, it's like, how can you make good on that? And here's the thing. If you had told me that 6 quarterbacks were going to go, I still probably would have thought that Latu gets picked before 15. And at least I would have taken him. He's not my 9th non-quarterback on the board or whatever. Yeah. He's higher than that. So I think.
Yeah, I had him.
I think it's hard to do much better
on my big board. So, bang, get him at 15. That's nice. That is nice. I'm a bit disappointed Green Bay never traded up for him or something. Like he's getting in striking range. It's very, very limited trading happening. I guess it happens when the quarterbacks.
How many trades on average happen in the first round?
I don't know, but I think when all these quarterbacks are going, I think all these teams are starting to be like, okay, everybody's getting pushed down the board. We don't necessarily have to trade up. I'd imagine that's what's going on. I mean,
yeah.
Who will Seattle take? This is what I'm very, very fascinated by.
I have no idea. I think I would probably. I wonder if they're just like, you know what, screw it, Barton. I think that's a very real possibility.
That's what I would do if I was them. Let me get my big board up.
Yeah, because they need interior offensive line help so bad.
Barton
is so versatile that Fashanu would be a really good pick too. I bet you they do one of those too.
Yeah, I could see them going corner as well. That's been mocked to them a lot. I think it's a bit up in the air how their secondary stacks up. Like, where is Witherspoon best, and how much help does Woolen need? Like, Woolen was that guy his rookie year and then totally fell off. Like, what is our standing with him? Both of the safeties are gone. Like, I could see maybe DeJean as well for that reason, where it's like, let's get him and then figure out where he goes later. I could see that potentially being their mindset, but I could also see that being their mindset with Barton, where it's like, we need a guard, we need a center, we need maybe a tackle, we need, who knows? So they might be Packers pilled, and this is a very important pick for Green Bay, I would say, because DeJean and Barton and Fashanu all seem like the most likely options to me, and those are probably the guys the Packers covet the most. So, Mom and Dad, if you're listening to this, pay attention. This will affect the Packers' legacy, because the Seahawks and the Packers are seemingly always a little bit like in line. I feel like those two franchises just kind of like they won a Super Bowl at around the same time, and they've just kind of hung around as equals in the NFC for a while. And
around the same time.
Well, the Packers won it in 2011, and then the Seahawks won it in 2014.
Yeah.
And it was Russ
and
wasn't
they were
in the league
good right around the same time, and
yeah.
When the Packers won the Super Bowl, the Seahawks had not arrived yet, but shortly after that they did, and competed with the Packers in the playoffs for years. And then when Russ left and Rodgers left, that was kind of at the same time, and one miraculously found Geno and one miraculously found Jordan Love. Like they just kind of seem to be weirdly interlinked in terms of their timelines, and it's not even weird. It's just something that happens, really. Like, two teams are kind of similar in their timelines. It's not that weird, but
the Latu Defensive Rookie of the Year narrative will be pushed.
I wonder if he'll be the favorite since he was the first guy off the board, and he's an edge, you know.
He should
I
be.
would bet on,
That'd be
bet
my
on
pick
it.
right now pretty easily. Yeah. I feel like, I mean, maybe that's an overreaction, but it feels like he's set up to produce early and he plays the right position and he was the first guy off the board. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't be the favorite, in my opinion.
I'd bet on him.
You know?
That's just me, though.
So,
just waiting on the Seahawks now.
you will see.
Charles McDonald made me remember that Penix was second team All Big Ten in 2020. I have a take hidden somewhere. I'm going to victory lap something ridiculous real quick. Hold it with me, guys. Back in 2021, I said, I will be pushing the pro Michael Penix Jr. and anti-Sam Howell agenda this college football season.
That's
so
it.
far
That's
off
the
of
whole
draft
squeeze.
value, it's been
3
correct.
years later, we are vindicated.
Let me look at any Bo Nix tweets from my past.
Are they ever going to get this pick in? Oh, my God. I think earning on the letters would really suck. You know how they have somebody who does that job?
Well, I mean, it's probably just like pulling a lever.
Yeah, but you'd have to do it really quickly, and you have to get it all lined up.
You would. Some people might embrace
I think
that.
they do them one by one. I don't think they just have – maybe they have the names ready to go, in which case it wouldn't be so bad. But I'd be so scared that I would mess up the spelling.
Chris Ballard listens to Stay Hot. That's what they're saying.
Is that what they're saying? I keep seeing like the Icy Hot sponsor on the screen, and I'm like, wait a second.
Not quite us.
Not quite.
They might not take anybody at all, I think.
It's very possible.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
The Vikings missed their pick in 2003, right?
Yeah, I mean, the next team only has 5 minutes left on the clock.
That's such like a classic little piece of lore, though. I really like that you could, if you don't get it in, like someone else can just jump you, and that's and it's happened like once, you know? Like, yeah.
Right.
It needs to happen in the Twitter era. Has it? It's not happened since I've been on Twitter, which is
I'm
not
pretty sure the only time it's happened, or maybe not the only.
That would be such a killer, man.
It's been 20 years.
Well, if they give Carolina a first round pick, I'm sure they'll find a way.
Okay. What's really happening is Goodell is just shuffling that slowly.
Goodell just can't get the card out of the
There
envelope.
it is.
Byron Murphy. I rock with that. I mean,
pick.
I like Newman a little
think
bit
he's a good
more,
player.
but I mean, he has the potential.
I think he's got a little bit more power, you know.
And actually, no, Matt, you keep going. Unless
No, I'm just saying. I think Murphy has a little bit more power. I understand what you're saying about like, can he keep getting away with it with how he like torques himself and whatever a lot of times, and he'll get so low. I think the answer is just yes. I think he will. And when the answer ends up being yes, I think you've got a guy who does a lot of stuff well. So I'd be excited about that if I were them.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good defensive linemen as well. Like they've got Leonard Williams and Jerron Reed and now him, where it's like, how much will you be able to really double him if the Seahawks want to go that route and put all those guys out there at the same time? Because if he's one-on-one, like he's quicker than everybody and he's super violent. And when he is double teamed, if he's got ways to beat it, you know, like he's flexible. And for him to be the second player off the board on the defensive side of the ball, it doesn't necessarily shock me because his highs are extremely high. I just thought Newton was a bit more consistent, and that's what I chose to value. But
yeah, I also
don't
feel like
hate
they
this.
probably wanted the better run defender, just as that's something they've struggled with. I feel like.
Yeah. Not a terrible pick. Not a terrible pick at all.
No. I mean, the past two picks have both been from my top 10. So
Minnesota trade. They're trading up again. Dude, they're not gonna have any picks after this,
for
man.
what?
They're just not. It's like you got to give yourself more swings at the bat here. I mean, if the player ends up being good, no one will care, and we'll have to see what they gave up. But like, yeah,
They're moving up in
video
front
you
of
were
who? They moved up in front of Philly, Miami, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and Cincinnati. Who would that? What's a common
It's
thread
gotta
here?
be
Who are they
tackle, an
worried
offensive
about?
It's either a
lineman?
tackle or a corner. I would think.
Is it for
Corner?
Newton?
Yeah, it could
Maybe like Miami would want Newton, the Rams would want Newton, Cincinnati would
Sure.
want Newton. I could see maybe it being him.
They gave up 23, a fifth this year, and a third and a fourth next year.
Turner would make a lot of sense too. They gave up what?
Along with 23, a fifth this year, and a third and a fourth next year.
To move up 5 spots?
Bro, they're
A
getting
3, a 4, and a
fleeced.
5?
They've
I'm
been
not saying
getting
they're getting fleeced, but like they've given up now 5 picks to move up a total of like 6 or 7 spots. It's just a lot, man. I mean, you only get 7 a year. I know it's not that easy, but
Yeah.
man,
No, I agree with what you're saying. I think that it's. I mean, I'm not trading up is always bad pilled, but I am like the draft.
exactly.
I am a draft as an inexact science pilled, and sometimes you can take it a bit too far with the trade ups. We'll see what they take here. Maybe if they take Newton, I'll be a bit more happy about it. Dallas Turner for
Newton
Flores
would be my best player available here, I think.
He's fine. He's got the length. He's got the bend. Like I've raved about, I think he's very schematically versatile because he's such a good mover. Where he's not just someone who has to go downhill every play like Verse, right? Verse, you want him just rushing every single time. You don't want him dropping back. He'll get picked on immediately. He's not going to be able to redirect and make tackles, which is fine in some schemes. That's all they have you doing. In a scheme like Flores's, I think Dallas Turner and Chop Robinson made a bit more sense. But you could have gotten Chop Robinson just a couple picks later. I don't think the gap is that crazy big between the two of them. I think Chop is even a little bit more toolsy and athletic, but Turner's nice, and his ability to drop. He can do a little bit of everything, but he's not necessarily elite at any one trade except for his length, I would say.
I don't know. I like Turner a decent amount, but
yeah, I can't be too high on what the Vikings have done though here. I think the fact that they've got McCarthy, which is whatever we expected them to get him or some other quarterback, and then they got Burns, and that's fine. But now they just don't that's all they're gonna get most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, you gave up 5 picks in total, and 2 of them are from next year. I think the problem is Turner, I don't think he's insane. I think it's a fine pick at 17. I think he's a fine value there. I do. And he's an edge. I think he could be pretty good. The McCarthy pick, I think, is really bad, though. I mean, I know we've been expecting it, but I don't think it's a good pick. I don't think McCarthy is that great. I mean, I understand taking a shot on him, but certainly not this high.
Yeah, I can't help but feel they're leaving this first round with a bottom tier starter at quarterback and an edge that will be probably in the 20s if we're stacking up edges. I just don't know if I don't profile him as man, this guy is.
I wonder if Darnold starts week 1.
This guy's a Pro Bowl edge. This guy's an all-pro edge. So I think they got a decent player and a low-end quarterback, and now they don't have any picks. So I'm not
Dallas Turner isn't Will Anderson.
No, he's not Will Anderson. I mean, he's there at 17 for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not bad value at 17, but when you consider the trade ups that they've done,
the more I think about it, I think what we talked about earlier in the process, I do think he's closer to Nolan Smith than he is to Anderson. And I don't know how much that would like move you, but
yeah, the Vikings tried to recreate Stroud Anderson and ended up with crap.
That's so facts.
It's not as good as Stroud and Anderson. That's it's for certain. And when you got, they were they last in the division last year? No, the Bears were, obviously. But the Bears got way better. When I'm stacking up the Vikings and what they've done this draft and this offseason, it's like, I'm pretty sure what team I'm going to put number 4. So. Can't be.
Still no corner.
Let's go. That's what I like to be saying. I'm glad I don't have to cope about Drake Maye in my division for the next 20 years. Maybe Turner is that guy, but I'm not too concerned about where the Vikings are in relation to the Packers.
Lot of people seem to really like the value of Turner at 17. But I tweeted out that I don't know if this draft moves me from Minnesota, and someone said, well, Turner seems like good value at 17. Didn't see what they gave up, though, and then immediately replied, holy shit, they gave up a lot.
Yeah, and I think that Turner at 8 never really moved me that much. Like the idea that he was the consensus edge 1 in the draft, like when I read all those things, I'm like, okay, it makes sense. He's the edge 2 in the draft and the defensive player 3. So obviously he was pretty highly regarded, but the fact that he had to go at 8 or it was this mortal lock, it's like he just doesn't quite have the film of a top 10 guy like that. So to get him at 17, I think fans have the value a little bit messed up because I don't think that he was ever this stone cold great pick lock to go number 8. I don't think that was that matched up with what I saw on film. 17 makes a lot more sense to me, and for that it's good. But again,
17 makes sense in terms of where he should be going. It's just what they gave up to get there.
Wait a minute. I had this sped up 2 times for the past 20 minutes, and now you all sound so slow. How is that possible that you speed up a live stream?
He probably started it late.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was somehow getting what we were saying before.
Well, if it's true, tell us
a time traveler.
42 real quick. We got some news to break, man.
He's been watching it at times 2 speed. He's at pick 28.
Bro's a time traveler.
Biggest surprise so far, definitely Nix and Penix. And then I would say the Vikings trading up twice is the 3rd biggest surprise from an individual team. The fact that they ended up with the guys they ended up with isn't surprising, but I don't know. The double trade up was not what I thought was going to happen. The Steelers took Rattler.
There's going to be a lot of people who's like, well, the Broncos, they had to get a guy, I think. There's going to be a lot of people like that. And it's like, dude, there's just a bar on that. There's a limit on that. We're not sitting there saying Pittsburgh doesn't have their quarterback of the future. They got to take Rattler,
Right. Yeah, I think forcing quarterback is a mistake. And we just saw a lot of it this year, which is very, very weird, but I don't know. I guess it's you go so many years without teams forcing quarterbacks that eventually it's bound to happen again.
Maybe it's just that guy is a pod prospect and we're missing everything. I'm definitely going to have to turn on the film after the draft and figure out.
I don't and again, it's I don't hate him. I do see some of the stuff with him. I kind of even like him a little bit, but he's older and he's not played a lot of pro style offense recently, or didn't at Oregon. I think his arm is pretty solid though. He just doesn't throw over the middle a lot and straight up drop back stuff.
Yeah, he's a bit of a check down merchant as well. I don't know if he's gonna be that crazy aggressive.
It's a lot of slants and goes and screens and
exactly. Whatnot. So I'll rewatch the film on him. It's been a while since I watched him, and I never made a video about it either. So sometimes when I make a video, I really lock in my opinions. I watched, and now it's just been a while, and like now he's gone number like as high as he's gone, and I'm like, wait a minute, what did I see? I'm questioning everything. I'm like, I don't remember being that like enthralled by him, and just kind of assumed that he'd be a second. So I definitely got to go rewatch the film. I don't have any brilliant Bo Nix insight besides it seems like a reach. It seems like a reach. When I never got that moved by him, but whatever.
Are they gonna get this Bengals pick announced? That's kind of the team I'm sitting up to watch a little bit here, man. You know, and my team's not there, so I'll
You're
pull for
going
the
to bed
Bengals.
after this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that interested in the Bengals, to be honest with you. The teams I'm most interested to watch. Definitely Green Bay, obviously.
Mims.
That makes sense.
I think Mims is like a total beast. I really do, but I think the injury concern stuff is really bad with him.
Yeah.
That's my thought. But if he's out there, like I know it's a limited number of snaps, but the way that he can move at his size is really, really unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
And it shows up not only in like him flying at somebody in run support, but I mean he's very locked down as a pass protector, and he can get way out there. It's hard to beat him.
Yeah, I mean,
with how long and how quick he is, it's just you got to do a lot.
He's a wild card.
6'8",
him and Orlando Brown would not be a fun day at the office if you're trying to.
No, that's clearly what they value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, feet move pretty well.
It's definitely a risky pick.
Power at the point of attack. They're showing all these. They're showing all these Ohio State highlights.
They're not on my
screen. The game that he played in. I like the pick for them though. It's a wild card, but he's good. It's a wild card, but he's good. I can't blame a team for doing it. Mims and Adonai Mitchell are really the two where it's like I have no idea what you're going to get out of this guy. Is it the best? Is he the best tackle in the league? Maybe. Is he the best wide receiver in the league? Maybe. Is he a total wash? Are you getting nothing out of your first round pick? The odds are a little too high for my taste. But Fashanu has medical concerns. There's something in his knee that got flagged. So it's not like Mims is a safer medical prospect than him, and they need a tackle. So I rock with the pick.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way to look at it.
DeJean is a lock to be a Packer. I don't know about that because Barton hasn't gone yet, and Fashanu hasn't gone yet, and I think they could very easily like those two. But DeJean obviously is a prime target for them, I think, and
I feel like for the Rams,
so is Xavier Worthy potentially.
I feel like for the Rams, this feels like Johnny Newton.
Peter Schrager guaranteed they'd go offense.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So what would it be, Fashanu?
No, I think it could be. I think it could be a wide receiver. Honestly,
interesting.
Packers aren't picking
it's
wide
a very
receiver.
Good trade.
Come on now,
Jaguars.
It is a good trade.
I think 17. I was starting to think like now we're at the point where the board has not like fallen so wildly where there's somebody who's like Latu was maybe the last. How is that guy possibly here, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Or like that's an easy run it up to the podium.
Yeah, they could draft Nate Wiggins and get a bunch of picks. Like he's he's higher than Turner on my board, and there's a lot of corners that are really good that are still available, and they need a corner really badly. So someone's about to fall to him here, a really good corner that they probably would have been fine taking at 17 anyway, and they got extra picks. Balky. The apology form is back after
the apology form. I liked what they did a lot. I really do. Dallas Turner to me was like at the very bottom of my like first round grade prospects.
If they were smart, they'd take Verse or Newton. I think there's some wide receivers they could take, and just in McVay's scheme, they'd be good. Like I can't. I would
if they had
want
another receiver. They would have a heck of a room if they took Mitchell or Brian Thomas Jr.
What about Worthy?
Mims looked so happy, bro. He did look happy, and he had a lot of people at his party, which is like the reverse Bo Callahan.
Who had a lot of people?
Mims.
Interesting.
He had good aura.
That's important.
It's hard to have bad aura when you're a 6'8", 200-something pound, 300-something pound. Like that's just good aura to have. But I guess Alt doesn't.
If you're going to the Bengals, you have to have good aura. I feel like that's like part of the deal.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to get up to his level.
Yeah, Burrow, Chase.
That one Princeton receiver.
Real.
Pick is in.
That guy's actually started to see the field a little bit more, though.
He did. And now, I mean,
hey,
we'll see if a T. Higgins
wide receiver too, buddy.
Yeah, and is Tyler Boyd signed anywhere?
I don't think so. I could be wrong.
Really?
He's a free agent.
That's he's a free agent. Wow.
Yeah.
I figured. I mean,
I
was low on the Bengals signing him back for a bunch of money, but I certainly would take him for like a minimum if that's what it came down to.
Yeah, I wonder if he's demanding more money than that, and that's why he's not signed. Like someone will go down, and then I'll be here, and I have no idea. I mean, he seems like he would be a useful addition. Chargers, he's your best wide receiver.
Vikings only have 3 picks in 2025. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's bad. Like, what if they're not that good this year? You're going to be in a Panthers situation, right? Where it's like, man, we did all that.
Wait. They only have 3 picks next year?
Yeah. How many do they have this year, dude?
What are we What are they doing?
How complete do they think that they are? Like, this is
like that defense is still. That defense needs like an
bro. Half of their defense is in Cleveland. Like, what are you doing?
Jared Verse to the Rams.
Dang, I did not expect that.
Yeah,
I've given
that doesn't surprise me at all. Verse is a good player. I know he's a little bit stiffer, but he's got some like he can still get some speed to power going, and he's pretty active with his hands. I feel like he's a good mix between athlete and technician.
Yeah, the stiffness kind of limits the ceiling with him. I think like he's kind of just a one, like the real great ones are great at everything. And like this guy says Will Anderson Jr. That's the name that's on my screen. Like just no way. But he went way later than Will Anderson, so it's fine. He's good at his one thing. He's really, really good at his one thing, which he'll continue to be really good at that one thing. And there are guys in the league who are straight power rushers who get double-digit sacks. So it's fine. I just thought they'd go offense because I thought Schrager guaranteed it. What happened?
What happened?
I'd be so nervous guaranteeing like anything. even if the GM himself was like, "Hey, bro, here's the pick, by the way," and then slip me like a little 100 or whatever. I mean, I'd be nervous that they change their mind. I never think that those media guys lie. I think
I'm just gonna text you guys. This is the pick, and then I'm just gonna do something completely different, just to fuck with you.
I'll just screenshot the text. How about that? I'm seeing Cam Jordan on my screen as who they're comparing him to.
I don't hate that.
I don't know. I like him a decent amount though.
Yeah. I think the Rams have done a good job the past couple of years with preparing more or less for the retirement of Aaron Donald. And I think the collection of Byron Young, Kobe Turner, and Jared Verse will produce.
He's got some potential. It's not all bad for them. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to field a defense. They're also just not used to having first-round picks, so it's been a minute.
It has been a minute.
Steelers only have 4 minutes left to trade for Brandon Ayuk.
They're working on it. It's going to take some time.
Oh, I'm sure. Wow. With their first pick since drafting Jared Goff.
2016, man. What were you guys up to in 2016?
High school.
We were all high school sophomores.
Probably
sophomore in high school, so
probably being very lame.
Geometry, probably.
If we were sophomores, I was in pre-calculus.
There we go.
Yeah.
I would have been at a theater rehearsal for the play. You Can't Take It With You, playing Boris Kolenkov. I guess this would have been.
Okay.
That was just sophomore year. I would have been on my not paying attention in class on my lined paper, like writing down a mock draft and not paying attention to what's going on, just like working on my craft is really what it ended up being. So it was honestly.
If this was the year before, then Matt and I would have been in speech class
arguing during the Pledge of Allegiance or whatever about football shit. Yes.
Sorry, Miss Mulbach. Not really, though.
Stay hot nerd reveal. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that we've got some nerd in us. If you're just finding this out, like,
no way, bro. There's no way you didn't know we were nerds. I was a math minor at school. What are you talking about?
I was the star quarterback, and I walked around like this all the time. So
I like to think that people at my high school had like a respect for my nerdiness. Like I wasn't like a, I don't know, a totally socially awkward.
I would have thrown pencils at you or something.
No, like I wasn't a complete outcast.
Spitballs.
Not that there's anything wrong with being the least popular kid at your school, but you know, I wasn't that. But I definitely, yeah.
I never considered myself popular, but I always find myself like running into people that like knew me, and I'm like, I have no idea who the fuck you are. Like I'm a
celebrity shit, bro.
Yeah.
Now that we're like big and famous, everyone wants a piece of Stay Hot. It's crazy.
Yeah, true. I was a theater kid, so that makes me very nerdy. But I was on the snow court. If we're talking about high school accomplishments, while this pick is in, I was in front of the whole school in the gym. I didn't win snow court. I may have gotten last, but I was at least on the I was on the floor, so I had at least
put that on your resume.
I was a snow court presumable runner-up. I never saw that. A lot of people told me they voted for me, so I presume I lost to the starting quarterback. But I think I came in second.
I think
it was rigged. Snow court. It was like our winter shit. I don't know. It was
I imagine it's like homecoming or something.
Yeah, it was like that, but it was in the winter.
Yeah.
That draft is starting to clear out, isn't it?
It's late, man.
It's like, I think they start the draft too damn late, don't they?
8 p.m. is pretty tough.
When does a primetime football game start?
Like 8 oftentimes, but this isn't a game. Like, this isn't as involved as a football game. It's also longer.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Once you've seen it, you've kind of seen it. And once your team picks too, it's like, oh, let's go to a bar. That's shot. There's still plenty of people there though, based on.
And it's also in Detroit. It is not warm right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. That it's probably a bit on the chilly side. I don't know. I don't blame anybody for like checking out the first couple picks and then heading out. I mean, that's what.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying anybody's wrong to. I'm just saying, I think they should start it. I think they should start it 1 hour earlier.
When we went to the draft in Vegas, it was like 100 degrees.
Yeah, it was.
And then Theo and I ran some blazing fast 40s.
We did. There should be some like events that can happen when you're on the clock. Like, oh no, disaster! You must move back 5 spaces. Like,
What is this, Monopoly? Like what?
Oh no, there's some like spinning wheel that's like constantly going, and if it like stops at a certain time, you have to pick like the 3rd player on your board automatically. Really spice it up.
Rival gets to choose your
Rival
player,
gets-
and you get to choose theirs.
That would be awesome. Is Sketch announcing the Texans pick? He is on day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
Cam Hayward looks old, dude. He's got about a year away until he enters media full time. This is probably his last go around, I would say.
Is this pick
He's been doing
in
it
yet?
for a long time.
Yes.
Damn, he does.
What
look
happens
old.
if a fan just says a different name? I mean, what's on the card is who the pick is. If the fan went rogue, I mean, someone would call and be like, "Hey, man, it's not what the cards. Check the card."
Fashanu. I mean, oh yeah, him with Arthur Smith. I'm sure that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
stretch where all the Packers guys are at high risk of being selected. But the fact that Fashanu went this low makes me think like, oh, Grant Barton will be there. But yeah, he's a beast, man. He's a real weapon, and Arthur Smith is the guy where it's like this man. You can like design almost routes for him in the running game or in like the screen game. Like you can just find ways to get him involved, and Arthur Smith has got to be all over that. And he's better than Dan Moore. I think that he's going to be nice.
Yep.
I think sometimes he does seem a little bit light. I will say that. He's a bit on the smaller side, and he's not like the heaviest and like nastiest, like most physical guy. So I think like if you were to put him up against, a total bull rushing beast, he might have some issues, but he can outsmart you and he can just out footwork you, and his hands are just crazy good. Like his hand fighting is kind of like Latu on the other side. It's like a little MMA-esque where he just knows how to counter you. He's like a jiu-jitsu dude. It feels like when you watch him. So he's athletic. He's balanced. His hands are great. Like he's not the most powerful, but they got Broderick Jones for that.
Steelers have not won a playoff game since 2016. Interesting. I had them taking JPJ in my mock. That's what I would have done here, but I think this is pretty good still.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So who's next? We've got
No corner
Miami.
taken so far. I'll tell you this. I mean, I don't want to make this about my team. I know that's not going to be it, but like Panthers really should be thinking corner. They really should be thinking corner if it keeps going like this. They need a number 2 corner so badly, and they have for so long. And then every time it's like J.C. Horn is out for the year, and the corner room is such a disaster that they like blow a gazillion games or whatever.
They got the 33rd pick, and then don't they have 39 as well?
Yes.
So
Fashanu has good aura too. Look at
Kool-Aid
his family,
or
man.
like Wiggins if he really falls because they think he's
dude,
a
if they get
jerk,
Wiggins at
and then Lad,
33, I mean,
I would lose my mind.
No, Wiggins at 33 would be insane.
And you know what? 3 receivers so far.
yeah, Mitchell. It's like the quarterbacks have really pushed everything down. Like
I'm really happy about how it's starting to look, man.
mm-hmm.
I'll give my official what I would do if I were 12 picks. You got, and there's probably like 4 or 5 receivers who I'd be happy with the Panthers taking that are still available.
Mitchell,
Thomas, Keon, Ladd, Xavier, Franklin, Worthy hasn't gone yet.
mm-hmm.
I mean, Keon maybe is a little bit of a stretch at not 39 makes sense for him. Like
Leggett?
I think I said Leggett, but yeah.
You didn't, but yeah.
I think I did, but yeah.
Worthy just went. Tell me that's true. Tell me the Dolphins took Worthy.
No shot.
Tell me it's true.
Over Johnny Newton? Oh.
Brendan Rice.
Brendan Rice would be so.
I'll give you that one. I was down, and I am sorry if I didn't say Leggett. That makes it like 8 dudes. I mean, and then all the corners, like they should get somebody dope at 33. They should get somebody where it's like, wow, that I can't believe that guy got to 33. That's how I'm feeling right now, straight up.
Wingo.
Just stop, man. It just doesn't make any sense, bro. With the so what? He's undersized. He's so twitchy. That's Lad, bro. But somehow Lad you think is evil. You think I don't know. He
hates Lad and he hates Fisk, but he loves Wingo.
Well, Fisk and Wingo play the same position, and one is like clearly better.
Coming around on Fisk?
Yeah, you fucking love Fisk, dude. Every time we mention Fisk,
I don't
you're
love
like,
Fisk. I'm just saying he should play edge.
You think he can play edge, first of all, which lets me know that you're extremely high on his athleticism.
I just think he has better skills with his technique.
Like what?
I just think his hand fighting's good.
Not as good as Wingo's, man. Wingo, we've actually seen Wingo rush off the edge, by the way, and he like pancaked every tackle that he went against.
We did see Wingo do that.
So,
whatever, man.
Blaiden judging players on strictly aura. You can't tell me Makai Wingo doesn't have aura. Come on, at least you guys agree with this, right? I mean, his drip is
the great Makai Wingo aura debate.
They'll kill him. His swag is too different.
I don't know. I haven't seen any interviews of him.
Dolphins take Wiggins and he vapes with McDaniel. There could be some truth.
I've been thinking about that the whole time. I can imagine, dude. He was like on like Zoom or whatever with McDaniels, and McDaniels was probably getting hype as shit.
It's like, what flavor is that, man?
What flavor? Like, can you do any tricks?
Can you do any tricks? Honestly, Wiggins was off the board when they found out that he couldn't. I can do a couple of
tricks, kind of.
He's on the board, but he couldn't do any tricks. He was vaping, and it was literally just for the nicotine. It wasn't even.
It wasn't even. He couldn't even do a basic O or nothing. So
nicotine addict.
I want somebody who's intense in everything they do, and clearly Wiggins is not that.
No any tricks.
Okay.
Chop. Oh, Robinson.
That's a mock.
I think it's a good pick.
I got it right. That was a mock. That was. I mean, I thought it would be Worthy if he was there, but I had Worthy selected earlier to the Rams, so it's kind of Mickey Mouse in that way. But I did. No one can take it away from me. When you look at my mock, Chop Robinson to the Dolphins will be the selection, and let me say something to Nico, because he said that he would not be happy with that.
Really?
I think it's a great pick. I think he's just so electric, and I mean, we've said it a million times. I think his burst and his bend and all that is really, really next level stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Trade tonight, not looking good. That's because he's going for the 33rd overall pick.
Yeah, and they got a Ravens guy, Anthony Weaver, as their defensive coordinator. And if you remember, the Ravens took a guy in the first round named Dafe Owe, who didn't have a single sack his entire senior season or junior season. So, and that ended up working out pretty well for him. He was a key component to their scheme. And then you look at Chop, he's maybe even more athletic than Owe was, and he had 4 sacks. So we had way more than than Oweh did. So the fit here doesn't.
He had way more.
He had 4 whole sacks. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me that they went with Chop here. He's going to be a electric pass rusher for him.
Still no Newton off the board.
Yeah, I mean, it was mocked. It's not surprising considering what's been what's been said this entire process.
Just breaks my heart, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know.
He's so good. So we've got the Eagles here. In our mock, we had them taking Cooper. Theo, who did you have them taking in your mock?
I had them taking DeJean, and I didn't have a single corner off the board at the time. So.
Okay, so we both had them taking DeJean in that. In my mock that I did myself, I had them getting Quinion Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
But he was also the 5th corner off the board at that point. So
not good. Not
good. Not good at all.
The corners falling has been a nice little detail to get correct, because maybe I can get some things right here in the next couple picks, like Tampa Bay getting Arnold, and
I guess I'm not surprised that the corners fell, because people have their concerns about Wiggins' weight and his interviews. People have concerns about DeJean's like quickness and overall like athleticism and coverage, his ability as an outside corner. Like, there's enough concerns that I feel like circulated that it's not shocking to see the corners fall. I thought I am kind of surprised to not see Mitchell, though, because
I'm not surprised to see that either. I think that like the effort is a real thing. Like,
not AD Mitchell.
Quinion, yeah.
Because that was a guy that was like the only corner I felt like everyone loved.
I didn't love him.
Oh, I mean, everyone other than us.
Yeah.
Because I had him at corner 5.
I mean, he still might be corner 1 here.
Yeah, he could be. I just thought, you look at the consensus big board, and he's
true. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
He's like a top 10 player for most analytics sites. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, he is. I know. Yeah, I think at this point we're getting into the range where I think it's more okay to pick a guy like him. It's just he was getting mocked like in the top 12.
Right.
It's like the dude just doesn't have that much on film. If you want to project any kind of man coverage, you're going purely off the Senior Bowl. And he's got the tools, right? And he did a good job at the Senior Bowl, no doubt. But for that to be what you're going off of, like the film at Toledo was good, but it was really limited. And
right.
Yeah, I just couldn't get down with him that high.
But he did all the right things, though. I mean, other than go to like a big time school and play like some real comp, he did crush the pre-draft process. He nailed it at the combine. He was great at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah,
like
all the
things you would want him to do to raise his draft stock, he did. So, I guess you can't be too mad at that.
No, you can't. You can't be too mad at it. But
Eagles are really taking their time here.
What did Elite Takes have to say? I'm on my knees. He wanted an offensive lineman, and that's fair. Their offensive line is kind of in shambles, but it just at this point, so many of them have gone that if you're worried about Powers Johnson from a medical perspective, like Chop does make a little bit more sense. Barton, maybe I could see being upset about more, but I don't know. I love this Eagles guy. He's at every fucking Eagles event. This game ain't over.
Oh, is he? He's there.
Yes, there. He goes to everything.
He's awesome, man.
He's got to be the only fan that I recognize when I see him. It's like, oh, there he is.
I feel like he would be a cool guy to hang out with.
You'd probably talk a lot about the Eagles.
And I'll talk a lot about the Browns, man. We'll get along just fine. All right.
Barton to Philly? I hope not. I want him to be the Packers pick.
There's a lot they could do. They could go corner. They could go JPJ. They could go Barton. It's hard to say what this will be.
It's going to be Mitchell. So he is going to end up being the first corner off the board.
Is it going to be Mitchell?
That's what it sounds like. Is that who it is?
Waiting
for the Panthers pick tonight as a treat. Wonderful. If they
announce the pick.
What is he yapping
in
about?
My dynasty league. Should I expose his roster? I would kind of like to see the Wee Hoopin' roster. I won't lie to you.
I have no idea what Goodell is talking about. Probably some charity work.
Okay. It's done.
That's the thing, dude. It's like you can never. Come on already.
The pick is in.
Holy cow. And it goes to Malata in Australia. Good thing we already know it's Mitchell.
Yeah. I got the tweet. So
Nate Wiggins to Dallas injected into my veins. I mean, I'd be down.
Nate, Jesus, how many corners do they need, man?
I don't know.
And if anything, they would take Cooper. That would fit the ball hawking cornerback room that they have.
I wonder how he'll translate. He looks pissed. I wonder how he'll translate. You go to Philly. You got your two boundary corners. Like, who are they going to move around?
It's tough to say what exactly their plan is there, but they need to at least prepare for the departure of Slay and Bradbury.
Yeah, it's not like they got much time left, even if he doesn't play a lot year one. Like, there's a lot of time in a career, so it's fine. I liked Arnold and Wiggins more than him, but whatever.
Yeah,
I could be overthinking it.
Yeah, I mean, learning behind Darius Slay wouldn't be a bad thing.
No.
I know the Cowboys are taking Chris Jenkins or something. It would be funny if they took another defensive tackle from Michigan in the 20s that was projected to go largely in the second round. I don't think that will happen, though. But he does not give a fuck. He did look sad.
Yeah, Quinion Mitchell does not want to be going to Philly, bro. Where's he from?
Toledo?
No, but like, where's he from?
No, it's probably somewhere around the Toledo area, I would wonder, maybe.
What is his hometown? I don't know what we're looking for here. Is there like some city that hates Philadelphia? Williston, Florida.
Oh, okay.
He's just he is nonchalant.
You can't hate
I became very nonchalant, but that's what you wanted.
That's what y'all wanted, right? Me to not give a fuck. What was the one where he's clapping? Is that the nonchalant one where he starts it off by clapping? I do that all the time now because of that. Like, but it's not the nonchalant one that he does for that.
No, I know what you're talking about, though. So the Jags are now here with, I mean, they've got every other corner at their disposal that they're going to get, and they traded back to get here.
The PFF who's stopping this Falcons QB duo graphic is sad. They got Kirk on top and Penix at the bottom.
Who's stopping this duo?
The duo, they're having both of them out there. Twitchy, tough Jair Alexander. I just don't know. I just don't know.
The Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From
Let's
what
watch
I
this-
learned,
let's
Cousins
watch these
understood
highlights.
a QB would be considered.
Smooth
But
off
he did not believe
coverage.
his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned.
His highlights involved 2 jumped hitch routes from off coverage, and then now he goes to the senior bowl. And that's what I'm talking about. Is like we kind of just don't know about him.
Yeah.
And I feel like we do know about Kool-Aid and Arnold and them, but whatever. I've yapped too much about this.
How many more picks do we have? 10?
Yep.
It's already almost 11.
I'm not thinking about the time. I'm thinking about how many guys am I getting off the board before the Panthers pick.
I thought you were going to get off a take of they need to start the draft earlier, but
Johnny Newton's
They
still
do.
there for the Panthers. Wiggins still there. Jackson Powers-Johnson still there. I mean, on my personal board, I don't know about y'all. Kamari Lassiter and Kingsley Suamataia still there.
The receivers have not gone.
Receivers
man.
all still there. Guyton.
That's got to be. I mean, that's got to be what the Jaguars are thinking here now.
You'd
Well,
think so.
Let's be very clear. The Panthers aren't necessarily getting somebody nice at 33, but they will be in position to get somebody nice at 33. These are two very different things. Don't fall for, they're going to take the top guy left on the board. Of course. Someone falls at a position of being too perfect.
Khan with his neck brace. That is a funny visual right there. Both of the Khans with the mustache and one with the neck brace. They look like they're up to something too. They got like this smirk going on. I guess they're up to something. They just made a pick, but
someone just leaked the pick like 3 minutes ago
1, 2,
for Jacksonville.
5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think there's about 8 guys left where I would be like really, really stoked. Maybe 9 or 10. I'd be like crazy stoked if they were the Panthers pick at 33.
I think you guys are gonna like this Jags pick.
BTJ.
Big time.
Yeah,
Bro,
I
this
think
dude
that's
has
pretty
a,
good
this dude
value,
has a
man.
neck brace on in the Jags war room.
Yeah, he was he was at WWE or something, or like one of the wrestling circuits, and like there was an incident and he like hurt his neck
Jeez, man, what a trooper.
as like a guest at a wrestling event.
I mean, I think Brian Thomas, like I said, I think he's shown
nice.
some growth with the route running. And he clearly, it's not like he's super stiff and big and fast where it's like, I just don't know if he has the tools. He does have the tools and he's shown growth. I mean, and he's a great jump ball threat. I mean, 17 touchdowns. I know he's on a good offense, but damn.
Yeah, I like this fit a
So
lot. He was number 15 on my big board, I think, because at the very least you're getting like a great deep threat with the possibility to be more. He's not as stiff as like Leggett is. And yeah, he's fast and he's smooth and he's an easy accelerator and he's not great after the catch, but he's tough. I mean, Trevor had about 7 touchdowns last year or almost touchdowns.
And I was about to bring that very thing up. His pro comparison is Terrace Marshall. Don't do that to him, man.
Oh no. Oh no. We're still waiting for that breakout season.
If Terrace Marshall went to a great organization.
All right.
Yeah,
bro.
like Jacksonville, man.
Unless of course it doesn't work out, in which case poor Trevor Lawrence, his situation was so bad. Yeah.
It'll work out. There's no way. He'll at least catch a bunch of deep shots.
Oh, yeah. Terrace Marshall, if he went anywhere other than Carolina.
Trevor Lawrence, Brian Thomas, Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Gabe Davis is terrible, right?
Depends on how.
But Brian Kirk and Ingram is fine, I think.
Depends on how right you are about Brian Thomas.
He'll be an underrated fantasy pick. That's my takeaway. Because these rookie quarterbacks, these rookie wide receivers always go, I think, a bit later than they should. Because they're such unknowns. But
a lot of options.
I don't know if I would. Yeah. I don't know if I would be moved by Brian Thomas in fantasy.
I would.
Just because, like, Calvin Ridley was supposed to be the big time addition last year, and in terms of like targets and receptions per game, he was third on the team. And I just don't see like Thomas getting.
There's some truth to the whole there's Kirk kind of eats a lot of targets and Ingram eats a lot of targets. I don't think that's a crazy take at all.
All right.
But I also think that I think he'd be a beast in best ball. I feel like he's going to catch a lot of like touchdowns on like deep routes or whatever. I think he could be pretty good. Like it depends on, here's the thing, Ridley, and I'm guilty of this. Ridley was like a 5th round, 4th round, like he's my wide receiver 2 or 3 on my team type pick. Thomas would be like, here's a guy I'm going to take a shot on. And I think even as 3rd in targets, like if he got Ridley targets, I'd feel pretty good about him. And then an injury happens, and all of a sudden it's like they got to feed him the ball a ton.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's not a sure thing, but I mean, gets to play with Lawrence. I mean, he's definitely a better boundary receiver than Gabe Davis. So
probably
I'll be selecting him maybe.
ESPN sources, and this is Woj saying this for the record, 6.3 million followers. I clicked the account. Sixers star Joel Embiid has been treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy for the past week.
What the fuck is that?
That's what's been messing with his eye. It's when like it's like facial paralysis.
What?
Oh my god!
Yeah, have you not seen the stuff about him not being able to blink one of his eyes?
No,
he'll go up there and he's just like winking. And
I've noticed that it is like he has kind of this distant look about him, but I kind of thought
he's got that distant, and he keeps his face down all the time. He's got like mild facial paralysis, and he's not.
Man, he can't get a break. Like, what is that disease?
It's bizarre because it's not even like it's like, oh, well, you know, the knee is one thing, but it's like, how did Bell's palsy when the playoff rolls around? It's brutal, man. I believe it like sometimes like can last like up to a couple of years.
What was it last?
He dropped 50 with half a face.
When he got like
he did.
He just got like slapped in the face randomly.
Did the Lions actually trade this pick? Trade with the Cowboys?
No, it's
20. The Lions traded up.
Oh, they did? I've been getting fooled by it saying Detroit on all of this stuff. I'm like, wait, what? Every single time, man.
Yeah, the Lions
traded did they trade up? Oh.
So they're
I'm scared to doubt them, is what I'll say.
I had them I gotta say it. In the mock draft, I had all the corners falling. The first corner taken was at Philly at 22, and then because they all fell, I had Detroit trading up with Dallas for a corner. Unfortunately, that corner was Quinion Mitchell, so it's not going to go down as a point for me. But I feel good.
I would like Cooper here. I would like Wiggins here. I would like Kool-Aid here. Let's see what they do.
They're jumping the Packers. I'm not too worried. Well, we'll see if this is for Barton or a corner. I think it's for a corner. And I think the Packers' target is Barton. So if they did jump the Packers, I feel.
Do you feel like this is Cooper DeJean? That's my gut check.
I would love.
Let me text.
What do you mean let you text? Who are you texting?
My source.
I'm pretty sure we could look on Twitter and see the pic.
We probably could.
It's way cooler to text someone. He might be looking at the pic. If Detroit steals Terrion from the Packers, I'm ending it. Just give me Graham Barton, man. All I want in this world.
This is Nate Wiggins. Could be. Man, I'm starting to get my hopes up that something real special could happen for
Carolina.
For the good guys in black and blue.
The Lions?
The good guys. Well, the Lions are good. Like the good guys.
You play for the Lions, man. What are you talking about?
Well, they're more blue and silver, really.
You're right. Well, not anymore. They got really blue and black recently. The Chiefs.
Shout out to these guys really turning up on camera 3 hours into the draft. They've probably been standing there forever.
It is Detroit.
It is Detroit, though. Yeah.
It is Detroit.
It is their draft. So.
And Detroit doesn't get that much opportunity to showcase its personality, I feel like. I feel like this is like the biggest thing that's happened on a national level in the city of Detroit, maybe ever. I feel like Detroit never gets anything cool. Even though they're in a dome, they're not going to get a Super Bowl. Like, what happens in Detroit? And that's true for most Midwestern cities. I don't want to. This is not shitting on Detroit. Like, everything happens on the coast.
The Super Bowl to Cleveland.
Maybe when it's in summer.
You don't want a frozen lake Super Bowl? Is that what you're telling me?
I wouldn't be. They had one in like MetLife, didn't they? In December or January? In February, I guess. Am I forgetting? The Lions could also take someone absolutely insane, right?
MetLife has turf.
They're kind of prone to doing that.
It's Arnold. I'm tipping the pick. My source said it was Arnold. And yeah, is it saying that on Twitter, or am I breaking the news?
I think somebody said it in the chat a minute ago. Damn it. I'm sorry, buddy.
I hope you're wrong, Theo. I hope your source.
And the Falcons are going to have to pay whatever tampering cost for Kirk Cousins.
Yes,
they're gonna have no draft.
They're gonna be out. They're gonna be out like $200 million over the next 4 years, and an entire round of, like, an entire class of draft picks.
Yeah, their value is so skewed towards the quarterback position, and it's not like the rest of their roster is like that good. I feel like
it's not like they're that good at quarterback.
Both the Falcons and the Vikings have just like puzzled me right now.
Hey. Cowboys got pick 73 for the trade down. Fair enough. I think Arnold's going to be very good for the you pretty much broke the news, Theo. The tweets were around the same time. Let's go.
Okay.
Cowboys got pick 73. That's pretty good. What pick did the Lions have? 29? I'd take pick 73.
This is the least aggressive offseason ever for Dallas. These fans just want like an impact player so bad, and it's like now they trade back. They're still going to get someone good, so it's fine to trade back. But yeah,
I think it's a good trade. Pick up that extra third.
Mm-hmm. And I think like the guys that make the most sense for them are like JPJ just makes so much sense for them, I feel like, and to take him right there, that's not so far off from where he's being mocked all the time, like in the 30s. That's a great pick for Detroit, though. I totally get it. He's a boundary corner. He's pretty great. He's fallen to this far. Like, you need one in just the worst way. Like, That's a situation where it's like I kind of get trading up a little bit.
And you're right on the cusp too. It's like
Mm-hmm.
you were very good last year. So spending a little extra to try to fill out those last needs as best you can, especially when Arnold was getting at one point top 10 hype.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I would say is like Arnold and McKinstry and DeJean are kind of all right next to each other in value. So like maybe you could have waited and one of those guys would have fallen to you. But Tampa Bay needs one. Arizona needs one. Green Bay might take DeJean. Buffalo needs one. I totally get it. I think that this is solid for the Lions.
The point is like if you don't want to like settle. You want to get the guy that like they obviously had a preference for Arnold. So you want to make sure you get your guy. I love the pink suit, by the way.
He's looking sharp.
Love the pink suit.
That's something that you could pull off, Blaiden.
I just bought. So apparently,
Arnold kind of reminds me of you, Blaiden. Honestly, have you ever listened to him talk?
I have not.
He's honestly got some Blaiden in him.
Like the way he like dapped up one of his friends or whatever, I was like, that's kind of Blaiden coded.
Dude, listen to him talk. You'll be able to
form on that.
He's got some Blaiden in him. I feel like.
All right, man. I went to
express. Not in a negative way.
I'm not saying it's an insult.
No, it's.
Yeah, I was just saying I like the pink suit.
I've never heard of it.
I went to Express today because my mom told me that they're going out of business, so they're having a bunch of like closeout sales.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's like 40 to 70% off. It's like nuts. So I got this pink dress shirt. Goes crazy. Gonna wear it under like a navy suit.
You strike me as one of those guys who has a very easy time finding things that fit him very well.
Blatant.
No,
I think
I'm very particular because I have long arms and long legs and a short torso. So it's like it used to be worse like in high school because I weighed a lot less.
Oh my God. You know who they picked? The Packers? It's Jordan Morgan coming down the pipe.
Really?
What? Interesting. Is this your source telling you this?
It is, but apparently it just got. God, he's very Packersy. That was my thought while I was watching him. It's like he's got the versatility, but his tape isn't as good as Barton's. I feel like he would be like break glass in case of emergency, but wow, they fooled me.
I didn't watch a ton of Morgan.
He is
probably not as much as you are.
He has. I don't even know how to describe him, man. He's like a typical offensive line. I don't know. Like nothing was necessarily bad or that good. I feel like he's got shorter arms. Like I was like tagged him for the move inside because he doesn't have the length. He seemed pretty fluid and like just decent at everything. I really don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. It's not who I would have gone with, as usual with them.
As usual.
Theo
so
stop
true.
Spoiling. True.
Sorry, I'm doing it with the Packers. I also did it with the Lions, I guess, but I'll stop now. I'm sorry. That is annoying.
No.
Couldn't they have gotten him in the second? I feel like they could have. I don't love it. I'll have to rewatch the tape. I just wasn't really that.
I didn't even think about the Lakers playing right now, man. What is that? Tell me it's not the greatest sweep ever.
It's
okay, they're up 4. They're up. LeBron 12, 4 and 3. Let's get it, man. D'Angelo Russell 0 for 4, no points. Let's get it, man.
The Lakers are losing.
It says on ESPN they're up by 4.
Yeah. He just didn't want to tip the score.
Oh.
So real.
What was
So
your
real
initial
for that.
reaction to the Jamal Murray shot? Like, I was pissed, dude. Like, I'm not going to. And here's the thing. Like, I like the Nuggets a lot. And if they win this series, I'm pulling for them over, like, every other team in the tournament. Like, I kind of want to see him do it again. I love Jokic. He's one of those fun players to watch. I've been high on him for a while, but not over Braun.
Yeah.
So apparently Kirk Cousins just found out today that they were taking a quarterback. Like as they were on the clock.
I thought I read off a tweet about that like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, was that that was 9:07 that dropped. Oh well.
I may have.
That's crazy though.
But it is crazy. Like, I mean, like if I was Kirk Cousins, it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna be 40, so you have to at least give me like 2 years, whatever.
I'd be, but like,
but I feel I
think
justifiably
pissed.
That really is it's all worth it, dude. It's all worth it for the Panthers not to have a first to watch them do that.
Yeah.
Blaiden, you never listen. That's true.
I never listen.
Falcons probably losing their first for tampering. It's just so beautiful. I mean, they're probably. I'm guessing they're going to lose like a 4th round pick or whatever. But
look, even in their breakdown, they have a negative about Jordan Morgan. It says struggles versus power. I feel like that's the first negative I've seen of the entire draft. Usually they're like, here's 3 things to like about him. With Morgan, they're like, oh, by the way, he's not crazy powerful.
Tough.
I mean, my prediction on him is they just move him to guard, and he's like good. So I'm not crazy upset about it. Like I didn't love DeJean, I just loved Graham Barton. Man, he's falling too far.
I need someone to take him because the Panthers really can't.
Barton?
Yeah.
Graham to the Buccaneers. It would be sick.
Yeah, that would be a very good pick.
See, that kind of does feel Kool-Aid, or
I'm gonna go see who's left. Let me pull the best available again.
It is hilarious how the Packers just never draft the guy I want him to draft. I thought for sure like Barton was the position. Like he's ahead of everything on mock drafts. I was told they liked him and DeJean. I'm like, okay, I finally got a read on it. It's Barton, and then I just cannot ever predict what they want to do, even though it always seems obvious once it happens. Like, oh, Lucas Van Ness, he is the type of dude the Packers like. Oh, Jordan Morgan, he is the type of dude the Packers like. But will they actually take him? You never know.
Who do you want at 33? Right now, it's still very up in the air because I'm not going to say anything because if I'm like, here's my top 3, like they'll get taken. But we're kind of to the point where it feels very likely somebody very crazy is going to be there. And I want them. All I'm asking is for the positions that the Panthers don't really need that are like kind of falling to get taken. We're approaching a run on wide receiver, I think. I would agree. I think here at Buffalo,
I mean, Buffalo.
You start to see a real run at.
Yeah.
Buffalo and then Dallas and then, KC and all them.
Mm-hmm.
There's options. Franklin at 33. That wouldn't be bad. Panthers need every position. Don't kid yourself. Look, they're not very good. The only guy there is Graham Barton. And I'm not saying that the Panthers' interior offensive line is like amazing, but they are like kind of paying a bunch of interior offensive linemen. So it'd be tough to start them. Like their offensive line is pretty set in stone starting wise going into next year. So I guess I wouldn't want them.
Dylan raises a good point. Newton to the Panthers at this point. Why not?
Yeah, bro. Newton's fine.
Oh, absolutely.
I
would go
like my best available guys, and I like didn't even realize that Newton was still on the board.
That's one that would really test the Panthers' BPA versus biggest need.
Well, they need who's next for Derek Brown?
Look. They signed Robinson and
Sean, yeah.
They have Shy Tuttle, and it's like I think they need another guy on the defensive line badly. But it feels like that's not been their number one focus as much as like corner is, or maybe edge would be, or receiver. But that would be such a layup at 33. Just take Newton, get whatever you need at 39.
Yeah, I mean, those two, Ashawn Robinson doesn't affect the game like Newton does. Like he's a good stopgap plugger, but like he's not someone who's really going to beat somebody and get 10 sacks a year. And I think that Newton could be that. So, and him next to
what the Panthers need.
Yeah. So that would be ideal. And then Wiggins, Barton. I mean, that's 10, 11, 12 on my big board, those three. So,
and Nate Wiggins, I would absolutely lose it. I mean, Nate Wiggins might be the first player outside of like Marvin Harrison or Caleb Williams that I was getting hype about in this class.
Yeah, I mean, he plays more man coverage than anybody else, and he doesn't allow anything. It's that simple. You can say he's not locked in off the field or not locked in run support, but play man coverage with that guy, and he's got the best results out of anybody. So, and he's super fluid and smooth and fast. Like I remember last year when Gonzalez was a bit like that. It's like, man, this guy's just more fluid. He's more smooth than these other players. He's locked down, and then he fell because of toughness or whatever, run support or whatever, and then he was a huge hit. So I think it's a bit more severe with Wiggins and how he's falling, and like all the corners are falling this year. But I think it can be a similar story, a similar success story.
Are they? I mean, the pick has been in. Buffalo has like a minute left on the clock.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Just like say what the pick is.
This is ridiculous. Are they doing some like live musical performance? Like, dude.
Unreal.
Yeah.
You know what, Theo? Text your source.
Oh, it just came in.
Okay, here we go. I'm a little behind.
I just saw the tweet, so.
Oh. Well, I'm just a hair behind.
That's okay.
Time on the clock should be cut in half. I mean, it would just be so much easier if they can just cut down ever so slightly the time between the pick coming in and it being announced. The time on the clock is not so much the issue, but I guess a lot of the time
it needs to start an hour sooner, and it can be 10 minutes. But it's like 11:20 at this point, and we're really not that close to being done. And it's a lot of it is sitting around waiting. And it's like I don't want to be sitting around waiting at 11:30 in the same way that I'm okay with it at 10:30. I think Barton is a good player. I agree. I think that's a good pick for the Bucs.
It'll be forever thought about, at least in my brain. You go Morgan, and then Barton goes right after.
That's good for the Panthers. 6 more picks.
Cardinals should take Newton. That's what I would do. That is what I would do.
Is that what you would do?
I wonder if Worthy's going to be the pick for Carolina. That's very possible, it feels like.
Xavier Worthy.
I disagree with this Nico take that Spencer Rattler would have been a better pick than Bo Nix. I disagree with that.
Rattler is he's a character, man. Shout out to him. I'm gonna have to say in the hat, true.
Rattler to me has gotten overrated by the millennial football writers. God bless every.
He's obviously like was a 5-star and like super hyped for a reason, but come on.
He's got some highlights at like some crazy highlights at SC, but I think like almost the bad offensive line almost like played into his favor a little bit because it's like I think he'd run around regardless. Like I think that it's just he's too much of a holder, and he runs a 4.9, and that was what really killed him at Oklahoma was like he ran around and didn't really ever make the smart play, and he wasn't a good enough athlete like Caleb to consistently be great. Well, let's see.
Darius Robinson sneaking into the back of the first here.
Wow, ahead of Newton.
Ahead of Newton. I think that's I mean, I think he's got a lot of power in his game. I see the interest. I wouldn't have taken him above Newton, though.
Yeah, I just think that he's a bit like Verse, and like he kind of gives you the one thing, and he's
but here's the difference with Robinson. Man, yeah, he's a lot bigger than Verse. He's got like 30 pounds on Verse, and I think he's versatile and he's interesting, and I'll be excited to see how Gannon uses him.
Probably a lot of bull rushes off the edge. if I had to guess.
It feels like you could move him around a little bit, though.
You could. I think that you maybe could. I
mean, he weighed in at combine, and everyone's trying to run fast at combine at like 285. You know.
Yeah, I think I saw some stuff that was like, oh, could he be a 3 tech? I don't agree with that. I think that he's a kind of a heavy 5, but he should be a powerful run stopper and give you some pass rush juice on top of it. I don't think the gap between him and Verse is that crazy big, so I guess I'm high on him in that way. You can talk about why you like Verse way better in a second, but I just the gap between him and Newton is like the big problem for me. But
I can't believe.
I think that's completely fair. I think, God, I would go crazy if the Panthers got Newton at 33. That would be forget everything else, forget the noise, forget, what do we need to do this year right now to win 5 or 6 games instead of 5? Just make contact, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Shit, if I were the Browns, I'd trade up for Newton at this point.
Yep.
Goodell is so good at that.
Actually, no, I wouldn't, because
dude, that's
Theo, I agree
aura,
with
man.
you. If they got Chris Jenkins, I'd be pretty elated.
I think if I gave the Goodell has good aura take on TikTok, there'd be like a lot of really mad like 40-year-old dudes in there in the comments like, what the hell?
I think you'd receive mostly support from young people, though. I think like you can say that anybody has good aura, and young people would be like, dude, true.
That's just like one of those things like hating the commissioner that I think like a lot of younger fans are having a little bit of a hard time like.
Uh-oh, Matt's
all frozen.
I'm back. Frozen.
Okay, now I can see it. I can see it.
The Chiefs traded up, by the way.
Buffalo trades the pick to Kansas City.
Not again. No way they traded. Wait, it's not even not again. They've never traded with. But Kansas City moving up for a position that Buffalo needs potentially is kind of strange.
How did the league let Kansas City get this player?
Xavier Legette. First Rashee Rice. Now Legette. Oh no.
I'm so sick if it's AD. I feel like it's really gonna be. That would feel like such a nice play by the Chiefs, man. He could be nasty.
Yeah, and if you're a lazy, lackadaisical player, there's nothing like going to Kansas City to kind of kick you in the rear a little bit, I feel like.
Yeah.
And what are the stories that Kelsey tells? Like Andy Reid calls you, like, are you going to fuck this up?
What the hell
are you going to fuck this up?
No, that was he called Jason and he was like, is he going to fuck this up?
Yeah.
Does AD
Kelsey
have a
locked in.
brother
I think it's
that?
a funny story. I like that.
Does AD have a brother that Andy Reid can call?
He can call Worthy. Hey man, we're not taking you, but
We're taking.
hey
we're taking
Xavier,
Mitch.
it's or vice versa. Hey Xavier, it's Andy Reid up in Kansas City. Oh, thank you, Coach. I'm so excited for this opportunity. Yeah, is AD Mitchell gonna mess this one up? Can you give him a?
Ooh,
Oh my god.
awkward. No, it's.
Kansas City.
Do you have AD Mitchell's phone number or his email or something?
Okay, this trade feels pretty even. Kansas City got 28, 133, and 248. Buffalo got 32, 95, and 221.
Man, I can't even lie to you. I don't know what the hell that means.
That means that Kansas City wanted to keep the same number of picks. They didn't want to lose picks, so they just traded down later. Buffalo moved up like a third round, so they turned like a real late fourth into like a late third. That's how I read that.
Yeah.
They took
Worthy.
They
I
took
think
Worthy.
I think he's gonna be nice with Andy Reid more so
Yeah.
than he would be in other situations. Like if he was in Cincinnati, for example, and they used him as like, oh, we're getting rid of T maybe, and Boyd is gone. Like we're gonna put in Worthy, and then they just kind of like lined him up like they do and had him run routes off the line of scrimmage all the time. I just don't think he's physically dominant in that way. But with a creative play caller who can kind of use him as a moving piece and is like going to use him more as a threatening, like a threat down the field to open up space for other people and like kind of understands how all that works. I think that Worthy's going to have a positive impact in Kansas City to a higher degree than he would on other teams. So I like this pick, even though I didn't have a crazy high grade on him. It is always kind of team and fit specific, and I like him more. I definitely like him more in Kansas City than I would in even Buffalo. So I think this is kind of it's an ideal landing spot for any receiver.
He's got to be
especially
pumped, dude. Can you even imagine?
I know.
He's going to be so stuck. All right, they went back-to-back Super Bowls, and they have arguably the best quarterback ever on the team, and I'll be like wide receiver 1 still. So
Yeah, and Andy Reid is gonna
where
scheme me
are we
up.
seeing that Worthy is the pick?
I guess I could be getting played by the chat right now, but I'm just kind of.
I'm just saying,
I think I saw people talking about it on Twitter. I could be wrong.
I haven't seen anything on Twitter yet.
We'd look like such fools.
Oh no.
We look like. Oh, Patrick Mahomes just tweeted a little running man emoji. So it's somebody who can run.
It could be a running back.
And they traded with the Bills to get this guy. So the Bills, just the way it ends up is like this guy's going to be all pro. And the Bills are going to draft AD Mitchell, and he's going to bust. It's just the way that shit goes.
Absolutely. I said the same thing about Caleb Williams being good. It's like, yeah, I mean, it would be awesome. It would make the Panthers look a lot better, a lot less bad if he wasn't the Hall of Famer. So guess what? He will be. It would be very cool for Buffalo if Worthy actually only ended up being okay. And like technically, it doesn't even really work like that. And it doesn't matter, dude. Worthy's gonna go catch 1,500 yards next year. Worthy is gonna go so high in fantasy, though.
Yeah, that's probably true. That is probably true. And maybe he should. They're gonna run corn dog with him on the goal line every fucking time that they're down there. They're gonna hit him with that return motion. He's going to come in and then back out, and they're just going to throw it to him, and it's going to be a touchdown every time from the 1. And then Mahomes is going to have 20 touchdowns from the 1 yard line, and people are going to be like, should he really be the MVP?
None of these count. No.
None of these count.
Going from Quinn Ewers to Mahomes has got to be the greatest feeling ever for a deep threat.
Come on, don't do this to Quinn, man.
Why not? I saw the film.
Buckeye legend. So
okay.
He's not
Why do you
Mahomes,
feel
though.
any allegiance?
I don't know. I saw him play that first half of that Bama game.
You don't feel allegiance to Kyle McCord,
right? Not a Buckeye legend in my book.
Real.
How did the NFL let the Chiefs get Xavier Worthy? I am kind of wondering
It's
about
official
about the Bills though. Like, why even pick up the phone? Like, the Chiefs are trying to they traded
Like,
with
to
the
do
Bills
so
to get
little.
Mahomes. You know, like there's a serious.
And then Worthy's gonna have like the game-winning touchdown against the Bills in the playoffs on them, and then everyone's gonna be like, and these are just two players that the Bills traded away. So that's just gonna suck, man.
Worthy versus Kool-Aid on a go ball in the AFC divisional round is not going to be fun for these Bills fans. It is funny how after the pro day or after the combine, all the Chiefs players were like, "Damn, Worthy's awesome! Like, we want Worthy." Like, Mahomes tweeted about it, and like a couple other Chiefs, and then it just happened.
Yeah.
Something funny is like when you're sitting around like the couch or whatever with the person who's getting drafted in the middle, you know, and the whole family's there and they're like on the phone. It's just kind of awkward. Like, you know, it's like, okay, we can't start celebrating yet, but
I don't know. I don't think that would be awkward. To me, it
I think it's
almost
a little
feels like,
awkward.
I think it would give like surprise birthday party vibes. Like, you got to be real quiet. It's like, shh, he's on the phone. It's like he's coming, and then it's like he hangs up the phone. It's like, I'm going to so and so, and then everyone like erupts. I don't know. It's more like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? I don't think it's awkward. I could be wrong though. I've never been drafted.
If you didn't break your collarbone.
That's what I'm saying.
I say this, man, he really
Him and Marquise Brown is weird to me.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You know what? I totally forgot they had Marquise Brown. That's going to be very fast. I like it. I mess with that. Even
it's getting a little bit too much speed. You too many 4.2 guys on the field.
And that's why Travis Kelce. That's why Travis Kelce's been putting on a few extra pounds, slowing down a little
because
bit.
he's old and about to retire.
No,
washed.
I would say they have Rashee Rice, but they probably don't.
I think they won't for a couple games. And honestly, the NFL has just been involved in so many bad car incidents that they're going to put the hammer down on Worthy. I think if Jalen Carter didn't happen and Ruggs didn't happen in recent years, I think they might not suspend Rice. But because those things happened pretty recently, like they'll probably bring the hammer down, I'd have to say.
Yep. But he'll come back.
What exactly did Rice do?
He was just racing on the highway and then crashed. There's a video of it. He's racing another guy and they're both kind of flying and they both try to split a car that's like right in front of them and they end up bumping the car and just crashing everybody on the road.
And just a car that was just completely uninvolved?
Yeah, a completely uninvolved pedestrian. So it was a pretty dangerous situation.
And
then they left. And then they fucking left. Like, they just left the cars there and went home. So it was really idiotic.
Not great.
So I definitely think, if he was a normal person, he'd probably be in like jail right now, but he's an NFL player, so he's probably
Don't street race.
Yeah. They left with a bag full of guns. I didn't hear that, but it would make sense that they were motivated to leave if they had a bunch of like illegal shit in their car.
Yeah.
Tyler Guyton
does not
the Dallas Cowboys. You were given some knowledge to that. I mean, Guyton physically is a. I think I think you said like they might think about Guyton at one point. Maybe during the last episode we were talking about him.
Yeah, maybe
we didn't actually pick him, but you brought it up as a possibility.
I'll take it. He was getting mocked in like Zerloin and Schrager, and so I was like, I kind of wish I mocked Guyton today, but I didn't. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm just saying, Guyton feels like he's pretty raw, but he's crazy athletic. Like, I get taking the shot on him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at this point, I think again, there's guys on the board that I would take, so I can't give it too high of a grade. But I don't want to be a broken record. Tyler Guyton is really, really, really fast for an offensive lineman, and it shows up going up to get somebody rushing off the edge. Like, he just teleports over there. climbing to the second level. I mean, we're going to see the highlights. Fluid and smooth and fast, bro. Yeah, he is. But, I mean, he struggled against some bad competition, I would say. Like, I watched him versus UCF, and he was just on the ground a little bit, and he was not really beating guys to the punch very well, and he was just in general, like, didn't look like a first-round player at all outside of, like, the physicals, but he was just getting beat. But I like the BYU guy, and he's probably even more raw, so if you can develop him, it's fine.
If I can give my, like I say, one more thing about, I'm probably going to say several more things about the Panthers. Newton, Wiggins, McKinstry, Mitchell, one of them has to be there at 33 now. I think that's pretty – I would take whichever one of those guys is left. I guarantee you that. And that's not even bringing up Leggett, who I would not be mad at either.
You might be able to get Leggett at 39 at this point.
I would definitely be thinking and wondering if I could.
Yeah, we'll see if they actually go best player available or if they do what my Packers did and you're all excited and then it's like rookie.
Wiggins to the Ravens. Well, fair enough. I think he's a great player. I think he's the right amount of physical. I know he weighed super light, but I actually just don't think he is that light. I think he's more about average size. And he mirrors and sticks with guys super well. And I'm a huge fan. He shows up even when you're not trying to watch him. And that's hard for a corner.
I feel like the Ravens draft board is very visible on the broadcast right now. They might want to.
The Cowboys
going to zoom in on that.
Looking like.
Oh, dude, it's like crazy visible.
Someone will zoom in on Twitter.
I'll take care of this. Don't worry. I'm a little behind though, so whenever it comes up. How long is it on the screen for?
Like a minute or two. Like, I don't know, like 10 seconds. Regardless, that's a really good pick in my opinion. I mean, we've talked about Wiggins so much. And I'm not super heartbroken about it. Mitchell gone. I mean, I named 4 guys and said one of them is gonna have to be there. So if they're getting picked, I mean,
you didn't even mention DeJean as well.
Yeah, and I didn't even mention DeJean. So it's not like I'm giving up. It's just like, I showed it again. Yeah, you can if they weren't quite covering it, like you can see like round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5, round 6. Dang.
I guess my question would be like, what is anybody gonna do with that information? Like, oh, they like 50 guys in round 3. We're gonna
plan accordingly.
We're like, I don't think there's just enough time in the day to like figure out like worry about what the Ravens are doing. So it's probably not a big deal, but it is interesting if someone could zoom in and take a look at how they got people rated.
Panthers still taking Ladd, and here's the thing, man. I wouldn't be mad at that neither. Nuggets have the lead. LeBron?
Not his fault.
Nate Wiggins. Well, Blaiden, they didn't draft your favorite player.
But they drafted my
DeJean.
second favorite corner, so
it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
For them, I fear, and he's nice.
Oh no, he's super nice.
The Ravens do always end the fall. They are like tapped into the consensus big board. They don't do any work for draft season. They're like, oh, we got the entire world scouting people,
and
like,
it works.
Go on vacation, like Kyle Hamilton, bang. Tyler Linderbaum, bang. Travis Jones, bang. Like it just Whoever seems to be falling, the Ravens seem to snatch him up
every time.
I think you're not the only one thinking, man, the Ravens always.
I'm probably not. You're probably there's probably like a million people that are like, damn, they do this every year.
And they're the 1 seed.
Yeah, yeah.
More proof that Stay Hot could run shit in the league.
You can't sleep until Carolina makes their pick. Good point.
Can't sleep until the Panthers.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with how it's fallen for him, man. So it's just up to them.
They're comping him to DRC.
Fair enough. Are the Bills cooked? I just got here. I don't think they're cooked because they need a receiver, and Mitchell is still there, who I like a lot. If he's locked in, which I think he will be in the league. And he was productive at Texas, so he's not locked in enough that he doesn't get any production. So it's not completely over for them, but if I was a Bills fan, I would definitely be feeling bad vibes. I would say that. I think it's understandable to feel some bad vibes right now.
I'd be annoyed that they put us in that position. It's like, God damn it, man. Like, of course he's good now.
Oh, bro, Wiggins' fit is crazy.
I don't see it.
I didn't see it.
Well, I mean, what? You don't want Allen to. Allen is in like a Herbert, not quite a Herbert situation. His weapons are way better, but it's like you need.
No, Wiggins.
You don't want to end up being like Cam. It's like, do they want to be the Panthers too badly, where they're just like trading away wide receivers and then not giving them any, and say cook with a tight end and a running back, Josh Allen, and.
Well, you really don't want to be like the Panthers because they tried and just failed.
True. That's true. I do think the Ravens got a steal. He was the number 12 player on my board. I think he's the best pure coverage guy in this class. He was asked to play the most man. So if you need someone who's just like no safety help, one-on-one lockdown, like Nate Wiggins is your guy. And I think that he's got some good instincts in zone coverage as well. It's not like when he's doing something else, he has no idea where he's supposed to be. He's like legitimately nice. So
the Ravens legitimately might be the best team at drafting, like in the NFL, period.
They're up there, man.
Argue. It's hard to argue.
That's why they're one of the best teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because that's like most of it, really.
Yep.
I don't think Buffalo's going to take Newton, do you?
I don't know.
I feel like maybe not.
I mean, at this point, a bunch of teams that should have taken Newton have passed on him. So, like, why would the Bills do it? They have it all over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, you never know.
You do never know.
The name at the top of the round 3 draft board for the Ravens is Zach Frazier. I'll keep that in mind at the top of round 3.
Okay.
Frazier's good.
Do not let him get to the 3rd round.
Thoughts on Ayuk not getting traded tonight? I honestly they could use Ayuk, obviously. Like, if they traded him away, what would their wide receiver situation be? But I also think part of it is like, man, with AJ Brown getting $32 million and Amon-Ra getting $30, it might just be too expensive for everybody to trade a 1st-round pick at that point. Where, like, man, I thought a couple of days ago I would have said 26 or 27 million a year and beat what Devontae Smith just signed. Now all of a sudden it's increased by many millions of dollars what the market price is and what he could be asking for. So, I mean, it sounds like they explored trades for him, but just couldn't find a buyer. And I think
as that price rises, the amount of draft capital you can get lowers.
Down. So maybe there could still be a trade with him and T. Higgins.
I wonder if the 49ers, who typically value volume of picks rather than single value of pick, could still possibly trade Ayuk, because a team could still give them like several draft picks, and they think that's better than maybe the average team.
Ricky Pearsall, LMFAO. I'm just going to assume that's a joke.
I've seen a lot of different names. Usually it's around the time we start seeing Rattler. And I've almost fallen for it just about every single time, by the way. Except for when somebody said it for the Chiefs, and I was pretty sure.
Ricky Pearsall, if he is the pick, because the chat seems pretty adamant. That's a bad pick. That's a bad pick.
Not a Pearsall fan?
There was one game I watched that he was pretty electric. Was it the LSU game? He was routing everybody up. Then I watched 2 more games of him, and they weren't quite as good. And then he ran at the combine, and he was super elite, and everybody was like, so Slick a Rick, white, like crazy white boy. I don't know. I was high on him at one point and then kind of started to cool the more tape that I watched. But maybe my initial instinct was right. I think the 49ers value blocking, and he's a very willing blocker, but I don't think he's got the same thing as Ladd, where it's like he's very willing, but he's not that big, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Like people can kind of just run right through him. He's not that crazy of like, I don't know. Again, it's been a while since I watched him. He's Ricky Pearsall, first round pick. That's a weird one.
It is.
Yeah, I just don't think he's that dynamic. Like he tested really well. I just don't think he's that dynamic. Like, what is he going to give you? He's going to give you mid blocking in close. He had that crazy catch, which they're showing right now, which was ridiculous. Maybe he's a star. He's another one where I'll have to go like rewatch, because I mean, if Shanahan likes him this much, maybe I missed something, but I just remember coming away being like, he's like a slot guy, kind of same as Ladd. It's like he's a slot guy, and I just think that era has kind of passed. Like when we talk about Devontae Adams or Justin Jefferson or any of these big guys, it's like you want a beast, and then you want him in the slot as a weapon, like a power slot, like a big slot. And then you want your
Panthers to 30.
Whoa.
Oh, hold on.
Wow, just for you. How special is
Come
this?
on, man.
Theo, you saying that if Shanahan likes him
or Leggett or like there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys there that I'd like. There's a lot of guys here I'd like. There's a lot of good ones. Mitchell would be, and I don't know what they gave up yet.
It wasn't, well,
so it's just one spot. So I'm guessing
like a 7th.
I'm guessing a 5th, a 6th, or a 7th. For a 5th-year option, that's not a bad thing as long as it's a good player.
Right. It's going to be a little bit more than you'd expect. Special. This is so special.
This is
they're
really
clapping.
Cool.
They're dapping it up. They're dapping each other up. Is it cringe to be doing that at this point?
I think it should be.
No. This is Carolina. This is different, man.
They receive a 6th round. So there was
I'm not going to look at the chat. Sorry, I'm going to wait to see it honestly, because I glanced and I just saw Rattler's name 3 times, man.
Rattler. I don't think they're going quarterback here. I'll say that much.
Real.
4 minutes on the clock. Pick is in. All right, let's get this over with, dude.
I guess it could be a receiver. I'm trying.
Yeah, it could be a receiver.
I don't know, man.
It could be Newton. That would be my pick, but I try not to go into any pick that your team makes being like it needs to be this one guy, unless it's like the Bears number 1.
Yeah.
I think you just make yourself miserable doing that.
They're probably not trading up to like jump anyone. I mean, they were at pick 33.
They're
trading up,
make Matt happy.
The 5th-year option.
Yeah,
and to make me happy, but like more importantly, make me happy, of course. And it's working. It's going good.
Haven't seen Matt this happy since
Sam Hardman.
And it just be okay. We just moved from a 5th to a 6th. For a 5th-year option, I think that's beautiful, dude.
I disagree.
I think that's really good value.
I do not disagree with that at all. Could Buffalo like keep trading back? I wonder, because that doesn't seem worth it for them unless they were
keep
like
trading back, but they haven't actually added any picks.
Right. They're just like getting better. I think they could. I think this shows that they might trade out of the first pick in the second round, because they were probably wondering if they could trade back even farther. Because why would you decline the 5th-year option just to move back
There's
one spot?
the Panthers section who went there, even though they didn't have a first, is getting payoff at the very end. That's good for them.
That is good. That is good.
And they could get someone real good at 39 is how I'm feeling.
Who they get here. A lot of good talent left.
Do not spoil it for me.
I won't. I don't know it yet. So.
They must have flown
Not
this
all of
Panthers
it.
contingent in, man. He's got to be. Is anyone that brave?
Those have to be some of like the realest fans we've got. They went to the draft as a Panthers fan when we traded away the first overall pick. Like, all right, dude. But now they're going to get to see a Hall of Famer get drafted because of it.
Hall of Famer.
The Bills section would be fuming.
Oh,
yes.
I didn't even think about that.
Bills Mafia burning down Detroit as we speak.
Here he comes.
I appreciate everybody in the comments saying that it's Blake Corum. I don't think that's going to be their selection here, but I appreciate there being enough of you to make me consider the possibility that that's the name I'm about to hear.
Xavier Legette.
Let's fucking go, man.
I'm pretty happy about that. It's not necessarily like my number one guy, and maybe we look back and say, like, dude, they should have just taken Newton, or they should have just taken McKinstry.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Mitchell as well. But I think Legette is, I think the late breakout age, I'm just not as worried about. He kind of had a weird path, and like he is a physical beast, and he has a very good feel for the game on top of that. It's not just...
Yeah, he's not just fast and can't catch. He's fast and he's a really big catch radius, and
he's like a... I mean, I got the Gamecocks hat. How? It was written.
The Panthers are like, look, man, we're so fucked for the next. We fucked this all up for our fans. We're gonna give them a little bit of service, whether it be the right pick or
last
not.
time.
We're gonna make everybody
this
Carolina
is
happy.
Some serious fan service.
It is,
and I think he's a beast, dude. I think he could be really good, and that's the exact type of receiver that I feel like we need. Like we've got Johnson. So what's sort of the opposite of that? I feel like it's Legette, and he's fluid enough so where he can really run routes too. I think he could be great. I'm very happy about that. And he's such a Carolina guy, dude. And I know that doesn't make it the right pick, but it makes it a good pick.
I just saw a tweet. ESPN's big board comped Legette to Jonathan Mingo.
Oh,
I don't agree with that though at all. I don't agree.
That's
with that
weak.
at all.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to disagree with it.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
agree
weak.
With that. It's funny though.
And look, really good vibes and aura from his house, from his draft central area, and the Panthers are picking at 39. All right, I'm very happy about that. I'm gonna send a video of like an interview of him to my mom, and she's gonna get a kick out of that.
You know, I gotta get this work in. Man, I'm just excited to be a Carolina Panther, y'all. My Legette impression.
So
do I pass? Do I pass as a Carolina boy?
Carolina.
I thought it's all right. You're giving it a good.
There we go.
Shot. So I'm pumped. I'm very pumped about that, man.
I'm just glad we got to see a second pick of one of our teams here. It felt a little bad being the only.
It was a little. We all have our first next year, don't we, fellas?
We do.
Do we?
Blaiden?
Do I have my first next year? I don't.
For now.
For now, I don't know if I do have my first next year. But,
Lakers crumbling. Tell me, LeBron's got a lot of points though. He's got 16. They're only down 6. It's not out. It's not over.
I didn't hear
The
no
Browns do
bell.
their first next
This
year.
thing isn't
Okay, we're
over.
good.
But all right,
Okay, fellas.
we're all tired
right.
here. It's been 4 hours.
I'm
Yeah,
exhausted.
My girlfriend
I got a friend who
blow
just
up an air
drove into
mattress
town.
extremely badly right now
Yeah,
in the background.
We're not gonna do the whole recap and everything tonight. We'll save that for the next episode.
The whole recap.
No, we will not.
We'll wait till the end of the draft, and we'll give you that on our Monday morning episode. Thank you all so much for tuning into this live stream. There were a lot of you, so I mean, really, we appreciate it. Matt, Theo, one of you is gonna have to press the end button because my laptop's all the way over there. But thank you all so much for tuning in, and until next time, we will catch you on the flippity flop.
I'm just gonna hit leave studio. That's the only button I see. But I'll see you, fellas.
I mean,